Chapter 193. Was it an illusion? She actually felt that the little guy was a little shorter and his face was a little more tender. Previously, he looked like he was about 2 years old, but now, he looked like he was 1.5 years old. She could not help but pick him up. "Ah, you're a few kilograms lighter." She held him in her arms and looked into his eyes. She was guessing, could it be that you're going back to your childhood, and you're getting smaller and smaller every day? The baby was speechless. He reached out his little hand to caress her little face, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This was the first time he had spoken so much. "Little girl, because you're too stupid, you've implicated my main body, which is why it has become smaller." His little hand was smoother than her face, but his temperature was a little cold. Ning Xuema felt like her face was covered with a piece of ice jade, which was cool and smooth. Her heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the little guy had used up his vitality to make the last move. Look, his little hand was still cold. The child could have escaped by himself, but he chose to stay and share her happiness and suffering. It seemed that his promise was true. Thinking of how she had tied him up, Ning Xuema felt a little guilty. She looked at his little hand first. Not bad. As expected of a ginseng baby, his recovery ability was super strong. After being tied up for more than 2 hours, there was not even a red mark on his hand. It was still as white and tender as if it was carved from suet jade. "Little guy, give me a pair of pants." She was still naked under the robe. "There's nothing suitable for you." The baby shook his head. Even if there was nothing suitable for her, she had to make something suitable. It was better to sew underwear than to be naked. She suddenly thought of his dudu. "Can you give me your dudu? Let me cut it." The boy glanced at her and said in an indifferent voice, "No." He had given her such a good robe, but the dudu was not suitable. Was the dudu some kind of treasure? "Then do you have any other clothes?" "It doesn't matter if it's big or small. I can sew it myself." She did not ask for much. She just wanted to get a pair of underwear. Otherwise, she would definitely be exposed when she climbed up the stairs later. The baby pondered for a while and reached into his sleeve. A moment later, he took out a piece of cloth and handed it to her. "There's only this." Ning Xuema looked at the piece of cloth. It was a snow-white material with an irregular shape. It looked like half of a pair of trousers. Ning Xuema glanced at him and felt a little puzzled. She thought that he would take out his spare pants, but she didn't expect him to take out a piece of cloth. She was not in the mood to pay attention to the child's strange behavior. She immediately cut the cloth with a knife. She had plenty of needles and thread on her, so she sewed a pair of underwear in a short while. She walked behind the big rock and put it on. The boy had been watching her work and had also stared at the underwear she had sewn. He had never seen such a style before. What a strange little girl. Her hands and feet were unusually nimble. Now that Ning Xuema had clothes, she felt a lot more confident. The material of the underwear was really good, and it was very comfortable to wear. With a smile on her face, she held the child's hand and asked, "Where did you get such good material? If you stay here any longer, you will become food for the magic beasts." The child was probably not used to being so close to people. He pulled out his little hand and did not answer her question. He looked up at the mountain peak not far away. The golden-eyed eagle is coming down. Chapter 194. Ning Xuema raised her head in shock and saw 2 golden-eyed falcons swooping down like little gliders. She had suffered a great loss under the claws of these falcons last night. If it weren't for these beasts, number 2 wouldn't have died and she wouldn't have had to come here. The image of number 2's bloody baby face flashed across her mind. Her eyes flashed coldly and she pursed her lips. "Little baby, let's destroy these 2 things, okay?" The little baby looked at her thoughtfully. "Do you hate them?" "My friend died under their claws. I want revenge. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you're not as strong as others, you can't complain even if you die. If you want revenge, you have to be strong enough. Blindly fighting them is the behavior of a reckless man." The little baby sounded like a master lecturing his disciple. Ning Xuema was speechless. She was being lectured by a little baby. Actually, she understood all these principles. However, she felt indignant when she saw these vengeful birds. In her previous life, her martial arts were peerless and she dominated both the black and white sides. She would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. If she suffered a loss, she would immediately beat the other party up and get back at them. She had always been very protective of her subordinates. She protected them with her own strength and led them. She couldn't bear to see her subordinates being bullied. If her subordinates died in the hands of the other party, she would do everything in her power to avenge her subordinates. She had never let anyone go. This time, number 2 died for her, but she couldn't even protect his body. She could only watch as he was taken away by those stupid birds and turned into bird food. These birds were not afraid of poison and were invulnerable. With her current strength, she would be overestimating herself if she wanted to kill them. She pursed her lips. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Sooner or later, she would come back and destroy these birds' nest. For now, she had to think of a way to get down from the peak. You're right. Let's go. Ning Xuema pulled the little baby and was about to run away. The 2 golden-eyed falcons were rushing towards the strange dragon's body. They hadn't found the 2 people behind the big rock yet. They still had time to leave quietly. It's not impossible for you to take revenge now. I can teach you a move. The child spoke again. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. Good. What move? She didn't know if it was too late for her to apply what she had just learned. The golden-eyed eagle's weak point is 3 inches below its left wing. It's good at freezing spells and belongs to the water element. You can use an earth elemental weapon to break it, the baby said casually. The veins on Ning Xuema's forehead throbbed. Although she knew the golden-eyed eagle's weak point now, it was still under its wings. It was not easy to attack. Also, all the weapons she had were of the metal attribute. Where was she going to find an earth attribute weapon? She looked around and saw that she was surrounded by cracked rocks. He held a piece in his hand and looked at the child. What's the next step? He would probably teach her some kind of spell, right? The child answered straightforwardly, the next step is up to you. Damn. Ning Xuema was speechless. The child looked at her expression and said slowly, you're too weak now. You can choose to give up first and come back when you've mastered your skills. No one will laugh at you if you back out now. Ning Xuema looked down and smiled. The word back out doesn't exist in my dictionary. She patted the child's shoulder. Hide yourself well. I might not be able to take care of you later. Chapter 195. She leaped up and rushed towards one of the golden-eyed eagles. The 2 golden-eyed eagles were eating the corpse of the strange dragon. They stood on both sides of the dragon's corpse and ate without even lifting their heads. Ning Xuema almost rushed to the feet of the golden-eyed eagle before it noticed her. The golden-eyed eagle was a standard foodie. It hated to be disturbed when it was eating. When it saw Ning Xuema coming like the wind, it instinctively pecked at her. It didn't even bother to use its freezing spell. Obviously, it didn't think much of the small human. Ning Xuema's left foot moved and her right foot dodged. She used a special footwork to brush past the eagle's beak. She was very fast and her footwork was strange. Although the eagle was not slow, it didn't even manage to grab a corner of her clothes. The eagle was furious and pecked again. Pecked again and again, it pecked 7 or 8 times like a chick pecking at rice. Ning Xuema used her strange footwork to avoid it. While Ning Xuema was dodging, she could feel that her inner force had advanced to the next level. With the advancement of her inner force, naturally, her qigong had also advanced to the next level. Her body was light and her movements were as fast as lightning. She darted around under the golden-eyed eagle. The eagle was angry and finally used its magic weapon. It opened its mouth and breathed out bone-chilling white air, trying to freeze Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema's body was slippery like a loach. She moved left and right, and the eagle's cold air couldn't touch her at all. The stone under her feet was as slippery as a skating rink. Normally, animals would fall when their feet were frozen. Even the spiritual apes were no exception. However, Ning Xuema was an exception. She had learned ice skating and even figure skating. Even the world champion might not be able to catch up to her in terms of ice skating. Now that the ground was slippery, she was like a fish in water. Her speed was even faster than before. The golden-eyed eagle could only see her spinning after images. Finally, Ning Xuema found an opportunity. She jumped up and hugged the eagle's left leg. The eagle was both angry and shocked. At this time, it no longer dared to breathe out the icy white gas, so as to avoid freezing its own claws. It roared angrily, flapped its wings, and flew straight up. Then he used his right claw to scratch Ning Xuema on his left leg. Ning Xuema dodged left and right on its left leg, as if she was dancing around a pillar. The eagle could not catch her at all. Instead, it caught a few of its own feathers. The other golden-eyed eagle was obviously its partner. It also sensed that something was wrong and raised its head in surprise. The eagle's eyes were sharp, and it naturally saw Ning Xuema jumping on its partner's leg. The petite Ning Xuema was like a ping-pong ball lying on a basketball, not worth mentioning. Ning Xuema attacked a female eagle. The other male eagle was a standard foodie. It had a piece of strange dragon meat in its mouth. It glanced at the female eagle, paused for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then continued to eat. They usually did not dare to provoke strange dragons. Now that there was a rare opportunity to eat this kind of meat, it did not want to give it up. It felt that its partner could deal with this flea-like human on its own. There was no need for it to go up and help. The child sat behind the big rock and looked up at the female eagle that had already flown into the sky. He watched as the eagle danced in the air like a pendulum, sometimes flying straight, sometimes flying diagonally, and sometimes swooping down. It was obvious that the eagle wanted to throw Ning Xuema to her death. Its flight was more fancy than an airplane performance. After all, Ning Xuema had such an experience. Her martial arts had improved compared to before. At this moment, she was like a super strong dog skin plaster. Chapter 196. After all, Ning Xuema already had this kind of experience. Her martial arts had also improved compared to before. At this moment, she was like a super strong dog skin plaster. She tightly held onto the eagle's thigh and stuck to it, refusing to let go. She didn't have the slightest intention of falling. Instead, her body gradually climbed up. Ning Xuema's white clothes were especially eye-catching on the dark brown eagle's back. The wind blew against her white clothes, making her look like a butterfly fluttering in the sky from afar. This scene was very shocking. The little child looked at Ning Xuema, who was gradually moving towards the left wing of the golden-eyed eagle. A strange light flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such an unyielding and clever girl. So, not all girls were pretentious and delicate. Who was she trying to avenge by fighting so hard? According to the information he received, this girl did not even have any friends. She only relied on an old servant. Could it be that the friend she was talking about was her old servant? No, her old servant's martial arts were very ordinary. He could not even reach the second peak. He did not even have the qualifications to provoke the golden-eyed eagle. Who could it be? He was suddenly curious. He sat there and did not move much. His eyes did not leave the eagle and human fighting in the sky. His fingers faintly formed a seal. He was about to cast a spell. Because the female eagle was desperately flying, Ning Xuema was also in danger. She did not dare to be careless. The eagle was flying so high that she did not dare to directly stab its weak point. Otherwise, it would instantly die and fall from the sky. If that happened, she would also die. She wanted to take revenge, but she did not want to lose her life, so she had been looking for an opportunity. The eagle did not manage to get her down. It was even more furious. It was also greedy for the strange dragon's meat on the ground. Damn it, it had only eaten a few mouthfuls. And its partner did not even raise her head. The meat was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The female eagle was angry. It decided to go back to the ground and try again. Anyway, the little thing on its leg was only lying on its leg and did not pose any real threat to it. It was more important to eat the meat. It could not let that bastard eat it all alone. The female eagle became more and more unbalanced. It simply folded its wings and dived down again. And Ning Xuema had been waiting for this moment. Her body instantly tensed up. She was getting closer and closer. Seeing that she was about 30 to 40 meters away from the ground, Ning Xuema's body suddenly shot up. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, she directly arrived below the female eagle's left wing. The sharp stone stick that she had been holding tightly in her hand suddenly pierced towards the female eagle's weak point. Little doll, don't try to fool me. Elder sister's success or failure depends on this. She accurately identified the acupoints and poured all of her psyche power into the stone strip. It was as if she was stabbing tofu. Pooh! A sound rang out. Blood flew everywhere. The female eagle let out a mournful cry. Its body tilted to the side and fell down. After all, it was a bird, and in the process of flying down, it had a kind of inertia. Although it was crooked, it didn't fall straight down. It just happened to pass over the deep pool. Now is the time. Ning Xuema immediately loosened her grip. Her body flew down and jumped into the deep pool. Plop! Plop! One small and one large falling into the water sounded one after another. After a while, Ning Xuema emerged from the water and saw the female eagle's body floating not far away. She succeeded. She finally got her revenge with her own strength. There was another eagle. Its partner had died in her hands. It was bound to come for revenge. Chapter 197. There was also another eagle. Its mate had died in her hands, so it would definitely come to seek revenge. Ning Xuema was already prepared when she floated out of the water. She even took the opportunity to grab a sharp stone. When the eagle came to catch her, she would do the same thing and hug the eagle's leg. Screech! She heard the eagle's sharp cry. A huge black shadow rushed into the sky. In a moment it turned into a small black dot and disappeared. Ning Xuema was speechless. Wasn't it said that eagles were the most loyal to love? They only had one mate in their life. If their mate died, they wouldn't live alone. A famous poet even wrote a very famous poem about this. Ask the world, what is love? It makes people live and die for each other. Two people fly from the south and the north. How many times do old wings go through winter and summer? Joy is interesting, parting is painful. The content of such a classic ancient poem was actually a lie. Did it have to be so deceitful? Even if it didn't die for its mate, it should at least avenge her. Why did it flap its wings and run away? Ning Xuema felt that her worldview had cracked. Come up. You've jumped into the lake 3 times in just a few hours. A cold voice came from above her head. It was the little child's voice. Ning Xuema jumped onto the shore. Then, she realized that her clothes were special. They didn't get wet when she jumped into the water. After she jumped onto the shore, her clothes were still fluttering in the wind. They looked very beautiful. Moreover, there wasn't a single blood stain on them. The little guy was very generous. He actually gave her a set of treasured clothes. She smiled and picked up the little guy from the stone. She smacked a kiss on his little mouth and said, "Moi, my dear." The little child was speechless. He calmly raised his hand and wiped his lips. He had known her for less than a day, but he had been kissed by her 3 times. What was shameful was that he was actually a little used to it. He didn't feel as disgusted by her sudden attack as the previous 2 times. Anyway, she didn't know his identity. So what if she kissed him? Moi, does it mean kiss? He asked. Yeah. Ning Xuema answered and excitedly put him down. Her eyes were fixed on the big bird floating in the water. This is the first monster I've killed from the 9th peak. I'm going to dig out the crystal from its body. The baby pulled her back as she was rolling up her sleeves. It's too late. If you don't want to be surrounded by beasts, then leave quickly. Ning Xuema knew that he had a lot of experience on this mountain. She didn't have time to ask him why. She raised her hand and wanted to hug him. I'll take you and run. Although the little fellow was quite capable, she was still small and her legs were short. If she really ran, she would definitely not be able to catch up with her. The boy dodged slightly and said, "It's not convenient to carry me." "Carry me on your back." He jumped onto her back without another word. "Where's the fastest way down the mountain?" Ning Xuema asked. "To the east." The child was obviously very familiar with it. Ning Xuema immediately turned around and dashed towards the east. As soon as she ran out of the valley, she heard a few roars of beasts coming from behind. The invisible murderous aura made the ground under her feet tremble slightly. Judging from the sounds, there was more than one beast that entered the valley, and none of them were chasing after her. Ning Xuema heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she ran fast enough. Otherwise, her small body wouldn't be enough for the beasts to take a bite out of her. To the east, there was no road, only a fan-shaped cliff. The cliff was extremely steep, but fortunately, there were many trees growing on top of it. Ning Xuema's qigong was good, so climbing up the cliff was not too strenuous. Chapter 198. The little baby was also very obedient. He laid on her back and hugged Ning Xuema's neck loosely. His breathing was very light, and Ning Xuema almost could not feel his breath. Moreover, his weight was obviously lighter than other babies of the same size as him. He was only about 10 kilograms. Therefore, although Ning Xuema carried him on her back, she did not feel tired at all. Climbing the cliff was still very easy. The two of them also encountered a few magical beasts along the way. The little baby was especially strong today. Before Ning Xuema could react, he had already made his move. A few spells were cast, and before the magical beasts could reach them, they fell to the ground and died. Ning Xuema discovered that he used different hand seals to deal with different magic beasts. There were yellow, white, green, and blue rays of light. Every hand seal was the nemesis of the magic beast, making it so that the magic beast didn't even have the strength to retaliate and was killed by him in a few moves. "What is your element?" Ning Xuema was puzzled. Didn't they say that the geniuses of this continent have only one element and occasionally two? She knew a few of them who were like this. For example, Ji Yunhao was of the metal element, Ji Yunhuang was of the wood and fire element, and number 2 was of the water element. However, this little baby's spells were of all 5 elements, and they were all very smooth. "I am not an ordinary person." The little baby coolly replied her. That's right, he was not a human. He was a ginseng baby who had cultivated for 10,000 years. "Little baby, come, give sister another ginseng." "Sister is hungry, little girl, I am much older than you. Even if you call me grandpa, I may not accept you. Don't call me sister this and that." The little baby's voice was cold, and he spoke like an old man. "Hee, I know. You are 10,000 years old. But, who asked you to look like a baby? If you have the ability to grow up and become an adult, then I will call you grandpa." Ning Xuema smiled. The little baby pursed his lips. He did not want to lower himself to the same level as a little girl, so he slightly closed his eyes. He knew that there would be a time when she would call him grandpa. "By the way, we've been through life and death together. We've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your name. Speaking of which, your ginseng has a name, right?" The child paused for a moment before saying faintly, "You can just call me Jiuzun." 9 Supremes? This name was quite grand. The emperor of the human world is called the emperor of the 9 and 5. If the old emperor heard you, he would probably punish you for your disrespect. "He can't control me." The child's voice was indifferent. That was true. This ginseng baby was an immortal of the 9 peaks. The emperor of the human world didn't know of his existence at all. Naturally, he couldn't control him. Ning Xuema thought for a moment. "Then I'll just call you Xiao Jiu or Xiao Zun. I feel that little 9 is easier to say. Call me Jiuzun." The child refused to budge on this point. Fine, Jiuzun it is then. Ning Xuema was too lazy to argue with him over such a trivial matter. Little Jiuzun, are you the 9th child in your family? Could it be that there were actually 9 ginseng children? The veins on the child's forehead throbbed as he said faintly, I don't have any siblings. Did you come up with this name yourself? I guess so. No wonder. It seemed that this little fellow was quite ambitious and had been heavily influenced by the culture of the human world. He even had the intention to call himself an emperor. This name was grand, but it didn't really sound like a human name. However, he was a ginseng child. It wouldn't be strange no matter what kind of weird name he came up with. Chapter 199. As the two of them spoke, another horned lizard was eliminated. The lizard's attack speed was extremely fast, and the fireballs it spat out were not weak either. Even the rocks around it were instantly melted. If Ning Xuema were to face it alone, she probably wouldn't even be able to last a single round. However, he had this little ginseng child with him. She was in charge of dodging while he was in charge of attacking with spells. In just 2 or 3 rounds, the horned lizard was finished. Ning Xuema originally didn't have much hope of walking out of the 9th peak, but now her confidence was greatly boosted. With this little fellow by her side, it was as if she had a cheat code. Fighting felt so good. She had to think of a way to keep him by her side. Little Jiuzun, what are your plans for the future? Remove the word little. Did this little girl have to add a word? Alright, Jiuzun, you don't want to stay in this mountain forever, do you? I won't. Jiuzun was very straightforward. That's good. It seemed like this little child wanted to enter the world. That's right, he knew some things about the outside world, and it seemed like he often left the mountain. Jiuzun, you've seen my body. Ning Xuema's words came from the sky. There's nothing to see. Jiuzun's most pertinent comment. Ning Xuema resisted the urge to throw him out and reasoned with him. Even if there's nothing to see, you've seen it all. You know that if a girl's body is seen naked in this world, it's equivalent to losing her virginity. So? Jiuzun's deep blue eyes narrowed slightly. There was a faint coldness in his voice. So you have to take responsibility for me. Ning Xuema replied confidently. Take responsibility for you? Marry you? Jiuzun's voice sounded like he was laughing, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. There's no need for that. Ning Xuema shook her finger. You're still so small after all this time. By the time you grow into a man, I'll already be in the ground. Maybe even my bones will rot away. I can't wait that long. She was beating around the bush so that he wouldn't marry her. She didn't care about that. Jiuzun's eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't change his expression. Then what do you want? Before I leave the Heavenly Book Mountains, you will always be by my side. I can carry you on my back all the time. Ning Xuema stated her condition. Usually, she could carry a backpack that weighed 30 to 40 kilograms as if it was just a game. This fellow was so light that she didn't feel tired carrying him. Moreover, he was like a big umbrella. It was worth it. This sovereign agrees to protect you for 1 day, only 1 day. Jiuzun spoke, his tone unquestionable. This was his bottom line. He had already broken his vow several times for her. TSK, TSK. This little fellow was really arrogant. She had just called him Jiuzun a few times and he was already calling himself, this supreme one. Alright, 1 day it was. 1 day was enough for her to run out of the 99,876th peak. For the next few peaks, she could rely on her own ability to get out. At this moment, the two of them were about to reach the peak of the mountain, but the sun was only a pole high in the sky. The day had just begun, so she still had plenty of time. Alright, 1 day it is. 1 day, an entire day, 24 hours, 24 hours. You can only leave me tomorrow at this time. Jiuzun's brows furrowed slightly. 1 day. He had other things to do at night, so he definitely couldn't bring her along. Hey, 1 day is only equivalent to half a day. 1 day. Jiao Zun couldn't be bothered to reason with her. Forget it. Ning Xuema also knew that although this little fellow was young, he was a man of his word. Since he had already made up his mind, she wouldn't easily make him change his mind. If she ran a little faster, 1 day would be enough. As they spoke, they finally reached the peak of the mountain. This peak wasn't very big. Ning Xuema went around a large rock and saw the scenery on the other side. Then, she was beautifully embarrassed. Happy face. Chapter 200. The other side of the mountain, which was the side that truly descended the 9th peak, was actually straight up and down. It could be said to be at a right angle of 90 degrees. It was at least a few hundred feet high. The bottom was covered in clouds and mist, making it impossible to see the bottom. What was even more infuriating was that the entire cliff was smooth like a mirror. There wasn't even a single weed on it, much less a tree that could be used as leverage. She had seen many famous mountains and rivers, but this was the first time she had seen such a smooth cliff. Her qigong was indeed unprecedentedly good, but she didn't dare to just jump off this mirror-like cliff. Are you messing with me? Ning Xuema's tone was unfriendly as she glanced at the little guy beside her, wishing she could kick him down. This is indeed the closest place to descend the mountain. Jiao Zun's face was nonchalant. Yes, it was indeed close. She could just jump down and reach the bottom in less than a minute. Of course, that was if she didn't turn into a meat patty. Ning Xuema inwardly sucked in a breath of air and glared at him. She found a large rock and sat down. She stretched out her hand towards him. Give me another 100-year-old ginseng. She needed to replenish her strength before going to the other peaks. Do you think 100-year-old ginseng is a carrot? Who cares if you're full or not? Jiao Zun sat opposite her. You're the king of ginseng. Isn't it easy to get ginseng? You can't eat any more without ginseng. He answered simply. It seemed like this little girl had already fixed his identity. He couldn't be bothered to correct her. After all, they were just strangers who met by chance, a fate thinner than dew. There was no need to tell her his true identity, in case he scared her. Besides, he didn't want anyone to know his childish appearance. If this little girl had really seen through his identity, he might just kill her to silence her. It was better for such an interesting little girl to live longer. Ning Xuema's medical skills were high, so she naturally knew that ginseng was a great tonic. If it was any other time, she would probably get a nosebleed after eating less than half of it. However, her current body was different from before. Her inner strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and she could even absorb the essence of psychokinesis from the crystal. She thought that her current body couldn't be judged by common sense. It turned out that it was impossible to chew on a tonic like sugarcane. But she was so hungry now. He couldn't help but glance at Jiao Zun again. Then what else do you have to eat? Ning Xuema was born with a pair of watery eyes. At this moment, because of hunger, her eyes were even more watery. Most people would not be able to resist her gaze and would obediently hand over the items. However, Jiao Zun was clearly no ordinary person. He completely ignored her expression and only said, "Cloud tiger meat is edible." They had indeed killed a cloud tiger just now, and that cloud tiger was still lying on the ground not far away. Ning Xuema was speechless. It seemed that this ginseng baby was quite poor. He only had 1 ginseng in his pocket. The bonfire was lit again. The cloud tiger meat was cut into pieces and roasted on the tree branches. Ning Xuema's other skills were excellent, but her skills at barbecuing in the wild were ordinary. She had used the same amount of seasoning, but the taste was terrible. Using her former subordinate's evaluation of her, it was so terrible that it made one's hair stand on end. Actually, the meat of the cloud tiger was quite tender and tasted better than beef. However, after Ning Xuema roasted a few pieces, the meat was either not cooked on the outside or was directly roasted into a piece of dried meat. Chapter 201. Ning Xuema was actually a picky eater. She naturally lost her appetite when she saw the finished product, but her stomach was growling with hunger. If she didn't eat, she would definitely run out of energy. Helpless, she could only gnaw on a piece of dried meat. As she ate the meat, she naturally thought of number 2. It was a pity that she would never be able to eat his delicious barbecued meat again. Her heart sank, and the barbecued meat in her hands became even harder to swallow. Jiuzun had started meditating when she was busy, obviously not wanting to eat the food she barbecued. Later, he probably smelled the unbearable smell of the barbecued meat. His eyebrows twitched as he opened his eyes. Just then, he saw Ning Xuema's neck stiffen as she tragically swallowed a piece of meat. Jiuzun looked at the meat in her hands in disbelief. It was as if he couldn't believe that someone as smart as her could have such amazing skills. He paused, unable to watch any longer. He walked over and tore the dried meat from her hands, tossing it aside. Dogs won't eat this even if you feed it to them. Let me do it. The little ginseng baby knew how to barbecue meat? Ning Xuema was skeptical, but she still let him take her place. After a while, Ning Xuema's eyes shone as she looked at Jiuzun. This little fellow actually had good skills. The meat he barbecued was fatty but not greasy, and tasted delicious. It was even better than the barbecued meat from her own era. Of course, it also surpassed number 2's skills. Ning Xuema hadn't eaten yet, but she was already drooling just from smelling it. Watching him barbecue meat was also a form of enjoyment. Whether it was cutting or barbecuing, his movements were exceptionally smooth. With a flick of his wrist, a piece of delicious meat was cooked. Could it be that this ginseng baby also ate meat? Jiuzun, you barbecued meat often too, right? It's really delicious. I thought you relied on photosynthesis to survive by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. So you eat human food often too. Ning Xuema praised him as she ate heartily. Jiuzun was slightly stunned. He looked down at his hands, as if he hadn't expected himself to be so skilled at this. He was silent for a moment. Then, he took out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped his hands clean. He said faintly, "Let's eat." Once again, he went back to meditate on the big rock. Obviously, he had no intention of eating it. He roasted a lot of meat, so Ning Xuema ate to her heart's content. The thought of abducting him back home was overwhelming. Little Nine Supremes, are you bored in the mountains by yourself? Not bad. Look, you don't even have a friend here. I'm afraid you don't even have someone to talk to, right? Why don't you come back to the Marquis's estate with me? I have a lot of people there and a strange beast. If you're bored, you can play with it. I'm not going. I can take you somewhere else to play. Look at you. You've made yourself look like a fool in the mountains. You're just a kid, you should be full of vigor, but now you're acting like a little adult, learning to act cool like the emperor. You're the Nine Supremes, not the emperor. He's an old man, but you're not. Don't learn from him. Old man? Jiuzun's forehead twitched again. He glanced at her lightly. Don't judge some things for granted. Sometimes, you'll find that you're very wrong. This time, he was finally more talkative. Are you saying that I was wrong in my evaluation of the emperor? He's not an old man. He can't be a child, right? Ning Xuema was very sensitive. Jiuzun was speechless. Chapter 202. Jiuzun was speechless. After Ning Xuema finished speaking, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the child in front of her wasn't a ginseng child, but the ancestor's nascent soul? He was in Changkong country's imperial palace, but his nascent soul came here to cultivate? No. People in this era cultivated psychokinesis, not Tao techniques. Only Taoists had nascent souls. If he really wanted to leave his body with his nascent soul, he had to find an absolutely quiet and safe place where no one could disturb him. He should have chosen a secluded quiet room, not Changkong country's imperial palace. Not to mention, not only did he keep some servants and maids by his side, he even left Ji Yunhuang there. According to Ji Yunhuang, every time the ancestor entered the imperial palace, he would have someone accompany him. Occasionally, he would even talk to someone. He didn't just sit there and meditate. Under such circumstances, he obviously couldn't leave his body with his nascent soul. Moreover, although the venerable sovereign was wearing a mask, his hair and eyes were pure black. When she took a closer look, she saw that it wasn't a wig or cosmetic contact lenses. It was all real. As for the child in front of her, his eyes were as blue as the sea and his hair was as white as snow. They weren't fake either. They shouldn't be the same person. Perhaps this child had really seen the ancestor. They had both lived for more than 1,000 years, so it wasn't strange for them to know each other. Jiuzun, have you really seen the ancestor's true face? What did he look like? People were like this. They would always be curious when they saw a person wearing a mask. They wanted to peel off the mask to take a closer look. So curious. Jiuzun looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. You're so young, but you already have feelings for him? Feelings my ass. I'm not so hardcore that I'm attracted to an old man. Jiuzun was speechless. She kept calling him old man, which made him want to beat her up. What if he's not an old man, but an extremely beautiful one? He glanced at her and added, maybe he's even more beautiful than you. More beautiful than her? Although her petite body hadn't fully grown yet, she was already a standard beauty. More beautiful than her? There was only one word to describe this kind of man, Ning Xuema said, I'm even less interested in a transvestite. Transvestite? What does that mean? Jiuzun was silent for a moment before he asked shamelessly. The word was so new to him that he did not understand it. Transvestite is a kind of profession. Ning Xuema wanted to give him an encyclopedia, but on second thought, there would be more new terms to explain. It would be too troublesome to explain them one by one, so she just said it directly, it's a sissy, a fake woman. Now, Jiuzun understood. His expression was about to crack. Who told you that he's a sissy? Ning Xuema took another bite of the barbecued meat. Oh, it's you. Didn't you say that he's more beautiful than a beautiful woman? Don't worry, I've never been interested in men who are too beautiful. Therefore, no matter how devastatingly beautiful Dizun is, I won't like him. She still preferred those men with strong lines, who were as steady as a mountain. For example, her idol in the modern world was the tough guy Stallone, not those pretty little fresh meats. Jiuzun, I hope you'll always remember what you said. He replied faintly. This topic was too stifling, so he decided to change the topic. You're a young miss of a Marquis Fu. Why didn't you stay in the manor, but came to the deep mountains for? He thought for a moment. What are you running away from? Chapter 203. This little fellow was quite sharp. He also knew quite a bit. It seemed like he often walked around the world. Ning Xuema took a bite of the meat. Do you know Luhin Ti? How's your relationship with him? I know him, but we don't have any relationship. Why? Is it related to him that you came here? No matter how much of a ginseng child entered the world, it was impossible for him to become friends with the emperor. After all, his tender flesh was the immortality pill that the emperor yearned for day and night. It was said that Luhin Ti often celebrated with the people on the city gate tower, so there were quite a few people who recognized him. The little ginseng child might have seen him hidden in the crowd. So he wasn't wrong when he said, I know him, but we don't have any relationship. Ning Xuema's thoughts moved quickly, and she quickly analyzed the situation. She smiled. Yes, it has a lot to do with him. He actually took a fancy to me and sent a lot of betrothal gifts. Jiuzun looked her up and down. Didn't you break off the engagement with the sixth prince? Why? Lu Xian didn't agree. You even want the sixth prince to accept you? Oh, you know quite a lot about me. You even know about this? Ning Xuema looked at him suspiciously. Didn't this little child know too much? I went to your vast sky empire's capital about 10 days ago. Jiuzun explained simply. Looking at her oily little mouth and hands, he threw a handkerchief over. Wipe them first. The handkerchief was snow white, and it was obvious that it was made of high-quality silk. Ning Xuema looked at it without batting an eyelid. This handkerchief was made of the best materials. However, it wasn't the same as the one used by the ancestor. The patterns and texture were different as well. It seemed like they weren't the same person. That sixth prince really isn't worthy of you. Since you made a bet with the sixth prince that day, and the ancestor child is the witness, this marriage should be annulled. Luhin Ti actually dared to disagree. You misunderstood. He didn't send the betrothal gifts to propose to his sixth son. He wanted to make me a concubine, and some beast concubine. Thinking about this title, Ning Xuema was a bit angry. Beast his sister. Jiao Zun. He looked at her again. I see. Why did you run away from the marriage? Isn't it the dream of many women to marry the emperor and enter his harem? Please. I'm only 13 years old this year, but he's in his 40s. He's old enough to be my father. I'm not going to marry a half-buried old man. Ning Xuema clapped her hands and stood up. All right, the gossip is over. Let's hurry up. Jiao Zun slowly stood up. So, in her eyes, 40 plus meant he was an old coffin? Then let's go, let's go. Ning Xuema skillfully carried him on her back and turned around to walk north in large strides. She had to find another way since this route didn't work. Where are you going? To the North Peak. That stupid bird brought me up from that direction. She had been riding on the golden-eyed eagle's head. Although it had been dangerous, she had still seen the terrain clearly. Although the path down the mountain was very steep, there were many trees, so it wasn't difficult for her to go down. The North Peak is too far. Let's go this way. Jiao Zun obviously didn't want to take the long route. Dear, there's not even a strand of hair growing on this cliff. How am I going to go down? Grow a pair of wings and fly me down? Ning Xuema didn't even look back as she continued walking forward. Suddenly, she tripped, as if her legs were bound by something. Jiao Zun's voice sounded behind her. We can only go this way. You'll think of a way. Ning Xuema. Needless to say, it was this little thing's doing that her legs were bound. Chapter 204. Ning Xuema was speechless. Needless to say, it was this little thing's doing that caused her legs to be bound. Hey, little brat, let go of me. I don't have time to joke with you. Ning Xuema's voice turned cold. She didn't like this feeling of being trapped. Besides, she really didn't have much time. Do as this Supreme One says. Jiao Zun had no intention of backing down. His fingertips glowed with a faint white light as he pointed at Ning Xuema's feet. Ning Xuema felt her legs heat up and she started walking towards the edge of the cliff. Ning Xuema's expression changed slightly. She wanted to control her footsteps, but it was to no avail. The edge of the cliff was only a few feet away. Let go of me. No matter how calm Ning Xuema was, she could no longer remain calm. She loosened her arms and tried to throw the little doll on her back away. However, the doll seemed to be a part of her body. She couldn't move it, and her feet continued to move forward uncontrollably. Was this little bastard trying to kill her? Why? Wasn't everything fine just now? Ning Xuema couldn't understand, but she didn't have time to think about it in this life and death situation. Her eyes turned cold as the dagger in her hand flashed. Little thing, if you prank me again, I'll kill you immediately. We'll talk about it when you have the ability, Jiao Zun replied casually. He didn't stop controlling Ning Xuema's footwork. Ning Xuema didn't hesitate anymore. Her body trembled as the dagger in her hand pierced backwards like lightning. Although her legs were controlled, her upper body wasn't. This stab was extremely forceful and contained the essence of her current martial arts. Before her dagger could touch the opponent's body, her wrist was grabbed by a small hand. What a heartless little girl. You're going to kill me now? The hand was soft and warm. The fingers couldn't even wrap around her wrist, but it was as strong as steel. Ning Xuema's wrist went numb and she couldn't move at all. Jump down, Ben Zun will accompany you. Jiao Zun's light breathing sounded beside her ear. In the next moment, Ning Xuema screamed as her body fell straight down. Bastard! What a freak! Ning Xuema wanted to curse out loud. The wind whistled past her ears, and her body flew down like a cannonball. Concentrate your thoughts on the Baihui acupoint and circulate the Shinting, Sea of Qi. The little child behind her suddenly recited the incantation quickly. The wind was like thunder in her ears, but the baby's voice was exceptionally clear, as if he was speaking in her mind. At this point, most people would only be left with screaming, panic, and confusion. However, Ning Xuema was no ordinary person. Her mental fortitude was extraordinarily strong. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer her mind would be. Hearing Jiao Zun's incantation, she began to execute it immediately, focusing her thoughts on her Baihui point and circulating her Shinting and other acupoints. In just 1 or 2 seconds, under such a critical situation, she was still able to concentrate and circulate her energy. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This little girl was indeed a talent that could be molded. Jiao Zun, who had been attached to Ning Xuema's back, had a flash of admiration in his eyes. Strangely enough, after Ning Xuema circulated her energy according to his instructions, the speed of her falling body decreased drastically. She no longer felt like a falling cannonball, but like a kite with a broken string, wobbling in the air as she fell. Jiao Zun's voice rang out again, still cold and indifferent. Now, concentrate your qi on your legs and circle the Tiao point. Take 2 steps diagonally. Ning Xuema naturally did as he said. Chapter 205. Naturally, Ning Xuema immediately followed his instructions. When she was falling down, her body was originally quite far away from the cliff. However, at this moment, it was as if she was walking in space. Unexpectedly, she actually took 2 large steps forward. The mirror-like rock was right in front of her eyes. This time, Ning Xuema didn't wait for the child on her back to speak again. The dagger in her hand pierced into the rock wall and her body hung there. At this moment, she had already fallen several dozen feet. Although she had used that method to slow down her fall, the inertia was still not small. After stopping on the cliff, her wrist was almost dislocated from the shock, and the wound on her palm was once again dripping with blood. Looking up, it was misty. Looking down, it was so misty that she couldn't see the bottom. She was like a flag hanging in the air with him on her back, about to be pulled away at any time. Ning Xuema's palm was burning with pain. It was also incomparably wet and slippery. Ning Xuema held on to it with all her might. She calmed herself down and finally let out a long sigh. Fuck, that scared this baby to death. Jiao Zun's eyes flickered and there was a hint of admiration in his voice. This child is worth teaching. Now, pull out the dagger and use the method just now to descend. This child is worth teaching, my ass. Ning Xuema's voice was cold. Jiao Zun, if I didn't succeed just now, would I have fallen to my death? If you had fallen to your death, this reputed one would have collected your corpse. Jiao Zun seemed to be comforting her. Haha. Ning Xuema laughed coldly in her heart. If she could, she really wanted to pull him down and throw him out. She didn't speak to him anymore. She looked at the rock wall and then at the dagger in her hand, beginning to plan a safe landing. That kind of falling without any support was too frightening. She didn't want to experience it a second time even if she was beaten to death. Since the dagger could be inserted into the rock wall, she could slide down slowly. This dagger was really a good one. After being tormented by her for so long, the blade didn't even curl. Now, it had become her life-saving treasure. She carefully pulled the dagger out a little, wanting to leave a little to support herself as she slid down. Jiao Zun, who was behind her, clearly saw through her intentions. His long eyelashes drooped slightly as he formed a seal with his fingertips. Ning Xuema's knife was pulled out automatically like a gust of wind. She heard the sound of the wind and her body fell down again. 9 Supremes, fuck your grandpa. Ning Xuema cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to curse out loud. It wasn't that she was afraid of the little pervert behind her, but she was afraid that once she opened her mouth, she wouldn't be able to use the psychokinesis in her body. After cursing, she would fall to her death. She cursed in her heart, but her body automatically began to circulate according to Jiao Zun's instructions. Because of her previous experience, she was much more familiar with the operation this time. Her body leaned towards the mirror-like stone wall again. Be careful. Just as her knife was about to stab into the stone wall again, a black light suddenly flashed in front of her eyes and shot towards her face. That thing came so fast that Ning Xuema didn't even see what it was. She was currently in midair and couldn't change her position. Seeing that thing pouncing towards her, she could only use the knife in her hand to block it. However, that thing was too agile. It actually twisted its body in midair and avoided Ning Xuema's knife. Its body bent and bounced in midair, coming for Ning Xuema's throat again. Ning Xuema had already used her previous move and couldn't change it in time. She could only watch helplessly as a row of small, eerie teeth came for her. TSK. A ray of white light flashed from behind her. Chapter 206. Chi. A ray of white light flashed from behind her, hitting the thing's body. The thing shrieked as a cloud of white smoke rose from its body, disappearing without a trace. Was it turned to dust, or did it run away? This thought only flashed through Ning Xuema's mind. She was still falling, so she didn't have time to think about it. She was still fighting for her life in the air. Behind her, Jiao Zun's eyes flashed with a strange light. You can't go any closer to the stone wall. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Xuema had already approached the stone wall for the third time, stabbing at it with her knife. Pooh! A soft sound like a balloon being popped rang out. Before Ning Xuema could react, she was sucked into a huge whirlpool that suddenly appeared on the stone wall. Fuck! Did it have to be so perverted? How could there be a whirlpool on the stone wall? The whirlpool was pitch black, and Ning Xuema couldn't help but spin inside. She felt like she had entered a washing machine that was running at high speed, spinning until her head was spinning. She subconsciously wanted to grab anything that could stabilize her body, but her surroundings were smooth and she couldn't grab anything. She couldn't have entered some super huge monster's esophagus, right? Ning Xuema wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She felt like the thing she touched just now was some kind of, if that was really the case, how could she survive? She would be digested if she entered the monster's stomach. Forget it. She'd stab it first. Maybe it would cough her out when it was in pain. Ning Xuema was a woman of action. When she thought of this, she immediately made her move. Although she was rolling on the ground, her blade was still very nimble. No. Before she could stab, her wrist was grabbed by someone, and Jiao Zun's voice rang in her ears. Let nature take its course. Ning Xuema finally noticed him. She was rolling at such a high speed, but he was still on her back, hugging her more tightly than an octopus. His small hand gripped her wrist, making her lose the strength to resist. Ning Xuema didn't even have the strength to curse, so she just closed her eyes. All right, I'll let nature take its course. Together, we'll become feces in the monster's stomach. With a splash, the two of them fell into the water. Ning Xuema struggled for a bit in the water. She felt as if she was trapped in a loose and tight cage. She had clearly fallen into the water and was surrounded by water, but when she stretched out her hand, she could not feel the presence of water. Pa! A soft sound came from beside her ear, as if some kind of protective membrane had been broken. The water from all sides surged over in an instant, drowning her. Ning Xuema, was there a protective layer around her just now? Needless to say, it was set up by the 9 Supremes on his back. No wonder she didn't feel anything when she was rolling down. What was he trying to do? Just now, he had forced her to jump off the cliff, but now, he was teaching her martial arts in a life and death situation. It felt like a joke in the legends. When an eagle wanted its baby eagle to fly, it would usually kick the baby eagle off the cliff. If it didn't die from the fall, it meant that it could fly. The old eagle would at least wait until the young eagle's feathers were fully grown before doing so. But she wasn't prepared at all. She was even a MF trash, and he had just kicked her off the cliff. Not dying from the fall wasn't because she was lucky, but because her mental fortitude was strong enough, and her reflexes were superb. Ning Xuema felt that Jiao Zun wasn't doing this to train her, but to do a perverted limit experiment, using her as a test subject. Chapter 207. Pervert. Her heart burned with anger as she used both her hands and legs to quickly emerge from the water. She looked around, but it was pitch black and she could not see anything. Ning Xuema initially thought that she had fallen into a monster's stomach and that the water beneath her was its gastric juices. However, the smell around her did not seem like it. No matter what animal it was, its gastric juices were sour and the smell was unpleasant. However, the smell here was pleasant. She could faintly smell herbs and flowers, cool and fragrant. There was no light at all. Everything around her was pitch black. What was this place? Ning Xuema tried to swim forward. She could hear the sound of water splashing around her ears. That was the sound she made herself. She couldn't hear anything else. It was as if she was the only one left in the world. Ning Xuema swam for a while before her limbs suddenly stopped. Jiao Zun, who had been lying on her back like gangrene, had disappeared without a trace. Her back was empty and she felt unprecedentedly relaxed. She was silent for a moment before she called out tentatively, "Jiao Zun?" There was no response from her surroundings. She could only hear her own heavy breathing. She did not give up and called out a few more times. There was no response and she could not hear any movement from him. Was he invisible? Or had he left? Ning Xuema naturally did not think that anything had happened to the child since he was so calm. If she could survive in a place like this, the child's martial arts were so perverted. Naturally, he could do it even more. Was it another perverted experiment to leave her here? It couldn't be, right? She remembered that he had wanted to stop her when she had approached the stone wall. However, it had happened so quickly that she could not react in time. Ning Xuema continued to swim forward, the surrounding darkness giving her the illusion that she was swimming in a black hole. She could not see the edge and she could not find her own kind. The darkness gave birth to loneliness and the bone-chilling loneliness made one feel despair. The water beneath her was icy cold, causing all her exposed parts to hurt from the cold. At this moment, she finally experienced the benefits of the robe. Wherever the robe covered, there was a faint warmth surrounding it. Ning Xuema had no doubt that if she didn't wear this robe, her entire body would probably be frozen into a lump of ice. No wonder people said that the 9th summit was the most dangerous place. There were too many unbelievable things here. Were there other ferocious beasts in the water? They were hiding in the dark, waiting to ambush her. As if responding to her sudden thought, the sound of splashing water came from the depths of the dark water. The sound was not soft, as if a large aquatic beast was about to emerge. Ning Xuema felt goosebumps all over her body. Her body tensed up and she looked back, but it was too dark and she still couldn't see anything. However, there was a ferocious aura pressing down on her from the depths of the darkness, causing her to feel cold all over and almost unable to breathe. Splash, splash. The sound of water splashing was getting louder and louder. A great danger was approaching in the dark. Ning Xuema's hands and feet were cold. The water around her surged forward in waves, rolling up and down like the tide. Judging by the sound and the posture, it couldn't be some prehistoric aquatic beast, could it? For example, a sea monster like a long-necked dragon? Before she could finish her thought, 2 green lanterns suddenly lit up in the depths of the darkness. In such absolute darkness, a little light was quite glaring. Ning Xuema instinctively closed her eyes and quickly opened them again. She turned back to look at the 2 lanterns. Chapter 208. In such absolute darkness, even a little bit of light was quite glaring. Ning Xuema subconsciously closed her eyes and quickly opened them again. She turned around and looked at the 2 lanterns. The 2 lanterns were the size of common palace lanterns. They were slanted in the shape of a date seed, shining with a cold light. The green color was frightening. Ning Xuema's head buzzed. How were these lanterns? They were clearly the monster's eyes. If its eyes were already so big, then how big would its body be? Ning Xuema did not even think about it. She turned around and swam forward. She was not on the same level as the monster. She did not even have the chance to fight it. She was not even worth a bite of its snack. However, just as she swam a few feet away, the wind behind her was fierce. The water below her suddenly churned up a few feet high wave, rolling Ning Xuema up to the top of the wave. Then, a bloody mouth that was as big as a blue whale's closed in on her on the top of the wave. This scene was like the most terrifying nightmare. Ning Xuema was frozen on the top of the wave. She could not dodge at all. Was she going to die here silently? She had been struggling in this world for so long. No. She was not willing. There must be another way. Even if she died, she would fight with this thing. Perhaps this thing was only big in size and looked good on the outside but was useless? She suddenly felt hot in her sea of qi. Her body that was about to freeze suddenly could move. She immediately turned around and swam past the giant water monster's mouth, diving into the water. She knew that she would not be able to outrun this monster if she simply ran away. The only thing she could do now was to fight with her life. The sound of splashing water was louder than the sound of the stormy sea. Ning Xuema's body was being swept up by the waves, causing her body to sway from side to side. This thing's body was so huge that there must be a big part of it in the water. She wanted to try stabbing it. She determined the monster's location based on the direction of the water flow. Then, she swam over with all her strength. She finally touched the smooth and sticky scales. She quickly touched it and was shocked again. This thing's scales were as big as a dustpan. Compared to it, the knife in her hand was like an embroidery needle. How could it hurt it? Ning Xuema had her suspicions, but it was still a chance for her to survive. Therefore, Ning Xuema fiercely stabbed into the gap between the scales. A long whistle that was even more ear-piercing than the whistle of a train rang out in the darkness. Before Ning Xuema could dodge her attack, she was sent flying by a powerful force. It flew in an unpredictable direction. Ning Xuema finally understood that she had stabbed the monster's tail with her knife. That had angered the monster, so it had sent her flying with its tail. Ning Xuema almost fainted from the whipping of its tail. Her body flew into the depths of the darkness like a shooting star, and there was nothing she could do. If there were rocks in the water, she was afraid that she would bump into thousands of peach blossoms. Ning Xuema felt that she was a jinx today. Whatever she thought of would come true. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she immediately saw a dense mountain of rocks pressing down on her. Just like in many melodramatic movies, the rock had sharp edges. Once she bumped into it, she would be skewered by it and become a barbecue for the sea monster. At this time, she had no choice but to close her eyes. A thought flashed through her mind. Usually, at this time, a hero would come to save the damsel in distress. From then on, he would have a passionate love affair with the female lead. Chapter 209. Would there also be some valiant warrior descending from the sky and taking her into his arms? Bang! She bumped into something hard and soft. She quickly opened her eyes and was stunned. It can't be. There really was a hero who came to save her. At that moment, she really fell into someone's arms. What was even more strange was that this man actually had Stallone's face. In front of Ning Xuema's widened eyes, the man who resembled Stallone carried her and floated to the shore. Not bad. It was the shore. Her feet finally touched the ground. What happened next made Ning Xuema feel like she was in a dream. The chivalrous man placed her on the ground. Then, he pulled out a machine gun out of nowhere and fired at the monster that was chasing after them. The sound of gunshots rang out like a dense rain. Ning Xuema stood there with her hand on her forehead. She felt that her worldview was a mess. God, could it be that her idol Stallone had also transmigrated? It was too unbelievable. He actually transmigrated with a gun. He was also a foreigner, but he was much more fortunate than Tom. Her chest was still in great pain from the monster's tail. Her blood was surging crazily, and there was a metallic taste in her throat. She forced herself not to vomit blood. It was so painful. Her ribs wouldn't be broken, right? She subconsciously reached out and touched her chest. Sure enough, she felt that a large part of her chest had caved in, and 3 of her ribs were broken. The monsters on the mountain basically had scales that couldn't be penetrated by guns. This monster in the water was so big. Its scales wouldn't be so easy to penetrate, right? Although Stallone's heroic shooting skills were like Xiao Li's flying dagger, it was useless if it couldn't penetrate the monster's scales. Ning Xuemo raised her head worriedly. Sure enough, she saw Stallone's machine gun spitting out a long tongue of fire. It swept across the black monster's body, creating countless sparks. The countless bullets seemed to have hit steel, making clanging sounds and bouncing off in all directions. It really didn't work. The monster was obviously enraged. It swam toward the shore while withstanding the countless bullets. Its head was raised like a small island in the sea, and its mouth was full of fangs that gleamed coldly. Ning Xuemo's heart was beating wildly. She turned her head to look for a weapon by the shore, but there were only rocks on the shore. If only she had an armor-piercing bullet right now. It would definitely be able to pierce through its thick armor. She took a step back and seemed to have stepped on something. She looked down and her heart started to beat wildly. The heavens had finally opened their eyes. She was actually stepping on a handheld rocket launcher. She was overjoyed. She was a special agent, and she was very familiar with firearms in her previous life. Her marksmanship was also top-notch. But ever since she came to this world, she had never touched this thing again. Now that she saw it, it was as if she had seen her closest relative in the world. She picked up the rocket launcher and carried it on her shoulder. With this thing, why would she be afraid of any monster? She immediately aimed at the black monster that was rolling toward her like a gust of wind. She pulled the trigger, and the shell shot out with a flash of fire. Her marksmanship was still extremely accurate, and the bullet hit the monster's neck. The monster roared angrily, and a huge bullet hole appeared on its neck. Blood rained down like a waterfall. Success. Ning Xuemo's lips curled up slightly. No matter how powerful a monster was, it would still be defeated when it encountered a modern weapon. However, the monsters in this world were quite abnormal, especially the monsters in the 9th peak. They were all at level 7 or 8 psychokinesis. Perhaps they were like aliens that couldn't be killed and had super strong self-healing abilities. Chapter 210. As if to verify her words, the monster did not die after being hit by the bullet. It only let out a long roar, and the wound on its neck quickly healed. In a short while, it was as good as new. Ning Xuemo was speechless. Let's go. My gun is out of bullets. The young version of the hero, Stallone, ran towards her, pulled her hand, and ran. Ning Xuemo also realized that her rocket launcher only had one shell. She had no choice but to run. She could only hope that the monster was an aquatic beast and could not go ashore. However, things in this world were really hard to predict. There were quite a lot of amphibious monsters. Sure enough, she and the hero had just run a few dozen meters when they heard the sound of footsteps behind them. It was like the roar of a crane, shaking the entire ground. Ning Xuemo looked back in the midst of her rush. She almost wanted to cry. Fuck, this guy was not a sea monster. It was Godzilla. What kind of magical country did she transmigrate to? She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but in such an emergency situation, she did not have the time to think about it. Fortunately, she was not alone this time. She had a companion. And it was the young version of Stallone. His palm was warm and dry, and his palm was full of calluses. It was full of the iron-blooded toughness of a pure man. Ning Xuemo ran with him. After all, she had struggled for so long. At that moment, she was already at the end of her rope. Her footsteps were getting heavier and heavier. In the end, she could not keep up with the hero Stallone's footsteps. The monster behind them was rapidly approaching. Obviously, it did not want to let the two of them go. And this vast world was boundless. Their running speed could not be compared to the monster behind them. It was only a matter of time before they were eaten. A thought arose in Ning Xuemo's mind. Actually, if she could die with her idol, it would not be too unjust, right? It was better than dying alone. With this thought, she felt her footsteps become heavier. Even her hero's steps slowed down. The shadow of death loomed over her head. Ning Xuema suddenly flew into the arms of the hero beside her. She hugged his neck and kissed his lips. She wanted to fulfill her dream before she died. Her dream was to see the young Stallone and give him a big kiss. Stallone's body stiffened slightly, but he did not dodge. Just as Ning Xuema's little mouth was about to touch her idol's lips, a corner of the dusky sky seemed to be suddenly torn open. A figure floated down, and before that person landed, a white light shot out of his hand. Ning Xuema's body went numb, and she fell from her idol's arms. Then, she was pulled by a hand and staggered. Like a fluttering flag, her body involuntarily followed him and leaped 70 to 80 feet away. At this moment, the monster finally caught up. With a swing of its tail, it sent his idol, Stallone, who was still standing at the same spot, flying into the air. Ning Xuema was shocked. Stallone. She wanted to rush over to rescue him. Idiot, this is an illusion. Wake up. The voice of Jiao Zun, whom she had not heard for a long time, rang in her ears. At the same time, a surge of energy surged into her palm, following her blood vessels and rushing to the top of her head. Her mind exploded, and her entire body shuddered. Illusion? None of this was real. She suddenly looked up and saw Stallone's body in the air melting like snow under the scorching sun. Chapter 211. She turned to look at the huge, friendless black Godzilla, but that thing was still standing in the same spot, glaring at her fiercely with its large, lantern-like eyes. Seeing Ning Xuema looking at it, it immediately raised its head and roared, pouncing towards her. Damn, if this was an illusion, why was this thing still here? This thing's body was too huge, and when it pounced over, it brought with it a tornado, almost sweeping Ning Xuema and Jiao Zun's bodies up. Ning Xuema wanted to turn and run, but her footsteps were heavy, as if her feet were chained, and she couldn't take a single step. Damn it! Jiao Zun cursed under his breath and raised his palm. White light spread out like a net above the two of them, blocking Godzilla's mouth that was about to bite them. It's a creature of your imagination, quickly think of it as a useless bug. Jiao Zun shouted. His small face instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. This monster's strength was too strong, and he almost couldn't resist it. What was this little girl's mind filled with? She could actually imagine such a perverted monster, and even with his current strength, he couldn't withstand it. This illusion was her imagination, so the things inside had to be changed through her. Roar! The monster's body was blocked by the white net, and it was instantly enraged, slamming against it with all its might. It was a figment of her imagination. Ning Xuema's thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning, recalling the series of events that had just happened. It seemed that whatever she thought of, it would immediately appear here, although she didn't know what was going on, since she knew that this was her imagination, it was easy to handle. She was in charge of her imagination. Quickly think of it as a bug, a little snake. Whatever it is, it's your inner demon, and it won't disappear on its own, Jiao Zun quickly explained. As expected, Ning Xuema closed her eyes slightly, looking like she was going to focus and follow his instructions. Unexpectedly, the moment she opened her eyes, she turned around and scooped up a strange-looking weapon from the ground. What was she doing? Ning Xuema raised her head. Her originally messy bun had already loosened up and draped over her shoulders like flowing water. She slung the strange-looking weapon over her shoulder and leapt, flying out of the monster's range. Standing on a large rock not far away, she smiled at him. Jiao Zun, I'll have to trouble you to hold on. The little girl's smile was sweet, her movements elegant and dashing. Just as she finished speaking, the gigantic monster became even more irritable. Its roar shook the heavens and earth as it charged towards Jiao Zun even more ferociously. Its strength had more than doubled. Jiao Zun was already having a hard time, and now, it was even harder for him to hold on. With a soft sound, the white net of light was torn apart by the monster's bite. Its sharp teeth bit towards Jiao Zun's small body. That little girl did it on purpose. She wanted to take revenge on him. Jiao Zun was a seasoned veteran. His body rose and he retreated like water. His movements were fast and indescribable, as free and unrestrained as the clouds. According to his own estimation, he could retreat more than 100 feet, just enough to escape the monster's huge mouth. However, he didn't expect that just as he retreated halfway, a rope would suddenly appear on the ground. He couldn't dodge in time and the rope tripped him on his leg. His body staggered, and he nearly fell down. In this short delay, the monster's bloody mouth was already less than 2 feet away from his head. Its saliva was almost dripping onto his body. Chapter 2:12. The stench was so strong that it made one want to vomit. Damn it! Jiao Zun was about to change his move when his legs were suddenly tightened. The rope that had almost tripped him had wrapped itself around his legs in the blink of an eye. He was halfway through his move when he was pulled by a force, falling to the ground with a thud. Just as the monster's mouth was about to chomp down on his clothes, a deafening bang rang out. The monster's body shook violently as a bloody hole appeared on its head. Fresh blood spurted out like an open shower, splattering onto Jiao Zun's face and head. Jiao Zun took the opportunity to roll away, finally escaping from the monster's mouth. He leapt up and looked towards Ning Xuema, who was not far away. The girl's eyes were bright, her mouth curved like a bean pod. Jiao Zun, be careful. Seeing little wimp cut an unprecedented sorry figure because of her, Ning Xuema simply felt refreshed and refreshed. Who asked you to force me to jump off the cliff again? Let a pervert like you do the damned limit test again? She wanted him to have a taste of being controlled by someone else, of not being able to control his own life and death. Also, this was indeed her illusory realm. As long as she concentrated a little, she could control everything in this space. For example, she could casually pick up a gun, weaken the brat Jiao Zun, or increase the monster's strength. It felt so good to be God. Jiao Zun squinted his eyes, a light flickering in his pupils. This girl had almost no psychokinesis in her, but her true willpower was astounding. Most people wouldn't be able to control the things in the illusion even if they knew that it was their own illusion. After all, the human heart was complicated, and there were too many things that could be stored in it. A slight thought could cause many changes, and they would be swallowed by the illusion they created. Even if there were some geniuses, it would be impressive if they could kill their inner demons in the illusion. No one had been able to completely control the situation. The wound on the monster's forehead healed quickly. With a loud roar, it pounced towards Jiao Zun once more. Ning Xuema stood with her rocket launcher in high spirits. She was going to play with this Jiao Zun. She wanted to see what tricks this Jiao Zun would play under such circumstances. The monster opened its mouth and spat out a white, frosty air that enveloped Jiao Zun. Ning Xuema knew that Jiao Zun would definitely be able to dodge it with his skills. She had even calculated in her mind which direction he would hide in and which direction she would conjure the rope. But he didn't expect that little brat to just stand there, with no intention of dodging at all. The white chi enveloped Jiao Zun's entire body, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. The monster's movements were as fast as lightning. It opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. Ning Xuema suddenly widened her eyes. Heavens, she really didn't want to kill this little brat. Could he really be dead? She promptly fired a rocket launcher at the monster's heart, causing it to fall to the ground with a loud thud. In a flash, a snow-white broadsword appeared in Ning Xuema's hand. She jumped onto the monster's body and slashed at its stomach. Because his emotions were unstable at the moment, he was a little flustered. While she was panicking, the monster's stomach actually became harder than steel. Her slash was rebounded, causing her wrist to go numb and the blade to almost fly out of her hand. She was shocked once more. She sucked in a breath and tried to concentrate, imagining that the monster's stomach was softer than cotton. However, it was obvious that it didn't work this time. The monster's stomach was still as hard as before. She almost slipped as she stood on it. Chapter 2:13. This couldn't go on. How long could a person last in the monster's stomach? Although he was strong enough, this was still within her consciousness. She gritted her teeth and another plasma cutter appeared in her hand, slicing towards the monster's stomach. Jiuzun, you have to hold on. You'd be a coward if you died here. The layer of skin on the monster's stomach was finally cut open. Ning Xuemo regretted imagining the monster to be so big. It was the size of a building, and its stomach was huge as well. Although Ning Xuemo had found the right spot, it still took a lot of effort to cut open such a thick layer of flesh to find its stomach. After cutting open the monster's stomach, a shiny Japanese military knife appeared in her hand. About a quarter of an hour later, she finally cut open the monster's stomach. The stomach was about the size of a small house. Ning Xuemo resisted the acrid stench that assailed her nostrils and peeked inside. Other than some food scraps, she couldn't see anything else. Ning Xuemo looked at the bubbling gastric juices and her heart slowly sank. Could it be that it was already digested? It can't be that fast, right? This gastric juice wasn't sulfuric acid. How could it corrode so quickly? She steeled her heart and was about to jump in to take a look when a voice rang out from behind her. No need to look, I'm here. It was a child's clear voice, but it carried a hint of laziness. Ning Xuemo slowly turned back to see Jiuzun standing not too far away, examining the plasma cutter she had thrown aside. You weren't swallowed? Ning Xuemo jumped down from the monster's stomach. Nonsense. Jiuzun's reply was casual. He seemed to still be interested in the machine, not even raising his head. I clearly saw you being swallowed. Ning Xuemo didn't believe that there was something wrong with her eyes. It swallowed rocks. Jiuzun began to study the rocket launcher on the ground. Ning Xuemo finally understood. You used a trick just now? Of course. Am I supposed to wait to be swallowed? This is an illusion created by my will. Shouldn't you follow my will completely? The illusion is indeed yours, but the main body is real. In your illusion, my power will be weakened, but I won't be so weak that I won't be able to withstand a single blow. Perhaps it was because he was happy to see something new, so he spoke more than usual. So that was how it was. Ning Xuemo wrung her hands in her heart. When she looked up, her expression changed slightly. Jiuzun placed the rocket launcher on his frail shoulders and aimed it at her. His small hand was on the trigger. Fuck. She had already set the rocket launcher to fire, and now there was a shell on it. Hero, let's talk nicely. Put that thing down. Ning Xuemo tried his best to concentrate, trying to make the shell on the rocket launcher disappear, but it was useless. It's useless. These things will appear with just a thought. There won't be any other changes. Jiuzun raised the rocket launcher. He still had the body of a 1-year-old child, and it was a little comical for him to carry such a large weapon of mass destruction. However, Ning Xuemo couldn't bring herself to smile. Be careful. Don't misfire. She reminded him, then threatened, don't think that it's easy for me to use it. This thing has a huge recoil. You'll be injured even if you fire it. Is that so? Jiuzun raised his arm. With a loud bang, the shell flew over Ning Xuemo's head and hit the monster behind her. Chapter 214. Is that so? Jiuzun raised his arm and with a loud bang, a missile flew over Ning Xuemo's head and into the monster behind her. Unexpectedly, they also hit the spot where Ning Xuemo had just hit. The two shells left a bullet hole. Did he have to be so perverse? How could an ancient person like him be so accurate with his gun? Ning Xuemo looked at Jiuzun, who was still standing there calmly, and was speechless. The reaction force is not small, but it's still within this sovereign's control. Jiuzun aimed the rocket launcher at her again. What's this called? Rocket launcher. Ning Xuemo sighed, looking at him with watery eyes. You weren't swallowed just now, so why didn't you appear earlier? You made me risk my life to break open this monster's stomach to save you. I didn't want you to die, I wanted you to live well. I know. Otherwise, do you think you can still stand here and talk to this sovereign so casually? Ning Xuemo pursed her lips. You said that this is my mental world. In this world, she was the boss. Your control over your mental world isn't very good. You're still lacking a bit. This sovereign has 10,000 ways to make you suffer from chi deviation here, never to leave again. Jiao Zun's voice was still indifferent. Ning Xuema's eyes flashed, and she looked like she was admitting defeat. All right, I admit defeat. You're the one who's more capable. How are we going to leave? She had already killed the so-called inner demon, so why was it still here? There are so many weird things in your mental world. Jiao Zun's hand touched the rocket launcher, and his eyes glanced at the cutting machine on the ground. He was 70% convinced of what Ning Xuema had said yesterday. Although he had never seen these things before, he could tell that the parts were all very mature. They weren't things that could just appear out of thin air. This monster was also a species he had never seen before, and the man who had come to save her, he narrowed his eyes. Who is that man? Ning Xuema didn't hide it. My idol. A tough guy. Idol? It's someone you worship. Ning Xuema explained. You admire someone like this? Jiao Zun felt that her sense of beauty was a little strange. What was there to like about such a big and burly man? That's right, that's a real man. A standard man's true colors. Jiao Zun looked at her again. So you threw yourself into his arms? Have you always liked to take advantage of men? His voice was cold. Ning Xuema secretly rolled her eyes. He made it sound like she was a perverted woman. She had lived for so long, but she had never really kissed a man before. Just now, I thought I was going to die, so I kissed my idol so that I wouldn't die with regrets. What do you mean by taking advantage of men? Ning Xuema retorted. I just want to kiss him. But you've kissed me too. Jiao Zun's tone was slightly unfriendly. Dear, you're just a little doll. What kind of man are you? Ning Xuema was speechless. She didn't want to talk about this topic with him anymore. How are we going to get out of here? She looked at herself, still feeling that it was a little unreal. I remember that we fell into a whirlpool cave and fell here. How did it become an illusion of my own mind? You want to know? Of course. Then go out and see for yourself. Jiao Zun raised his hand, and a wave of white light shot over. Ning Xuema felt her vision brighten, and then her forehead hurt. Her vision turned black, and then the white light dissipated. Chapter 2:15. She opened her eyes abruptly, realizing that her surroundings had completely changed. The dark deep sea, Godzilla, strange rocks, they were all gone. She was lying on a clean mountain rock, a little doll nestled on her chest. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, their hands clasped together in an intimate position. His head was resting on her chest, and his silver hair spread out like moonlight. It was as smooth as silk on her skin, and it tickled her. Wait a minute. Ning Xuema seemed to have sensed something as she lowered her head to look at her body. Then, she was embarrassed. Her body was practically naked. The white robe was nowhere to be seen, and only the hand-sewn panties were still there to at least cover her body. The little doll was only wearing a dudu as he lay on her body, his limbs pressed tightly against her without any gap between them. Although Ning Xuema had always been thick-skinned, she was still struck by lightning when she saw herself in this state. Damn, this little brat was acting like a rogue. She raised her hand, wanting to push the doll off her chest. A faint white light flashed in front of her eyes, and Jiao Zun, who was lying on her chest, suddenly disappeared. Ning Xuema suddenly sat up. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked around. Then, she secretly ground her teeth. In the blink of an eye, Jiao Zun had already changed his attire. The duda was gone, and he was still wearing the little robe that was more elegant than the clouds and whiter than the snow. He stood there casually, as if the naked doll lying in her arms just now wasn't him. He casually tossed a robe over. Put it on. Ning Xuema couldn't be bothered to settle the score with him for the time being. She hurriedly put the robe on. What did you mean by that? She felt that Jiao Zun was a little perverted, but he didn't have such perverted hobbies. Jiao Zun walked forward without turning back. You're as unconscious as a pig. Lightning can't wake you up, so Ben Zun can only go in to get you. How could she not be awakened by lightning? She wouldn't even wake up if he kicked her. He could only take the risk of using the spirit anchoring spell to enter her consciousness. Using the spirit anchoring spell, he could only do it in this position. You're the pig. I fainted because of this strange cave, right? What was going on? Where is this place? Ning Xuema quickly caught up with him and retorted bluntly. Ning Xuema looked all around. She could already tell that this was a cave. Moreover, it was a grotesquely shaped cave. The walls of the cave were made of dark blue, translucent rocks. Deep within the rocks, there seemed to be water flowing. It was like a crystal tunnel. When Ning Xuema saw this, she had an illusion. She walked in here as if she was walking in a sightseeing underwater tunnel. It was a grotesque scene, but she couldn't see where the entrance she fell into was. Looking ahead, the passageway was extremely long and winding. It was unknown where it led to. Little girl, you're very lucky. You actually ran into the 10,000-year stone essences market today. We are now in its stomach. As for why you fainted, it's because there's an aura here that can cause anyone who enters to fall into their inner demons. In there, the more you fear something, the more likely it will happen, until your soul is swallowed up by the inner demons and your soul disperses. She clearly had the appearance of a child, and her voice was tender and crisp, but her tone was extremely light, like flowing ice hitting the mountain rocks. Although it sounded indescribably pleasant, it was also a little strange. After he explained so much, Ning Xuema understood most of it. However, there were still a few things she didn't understand. She immediately asked the key questions. What is a stone essence? Is it an animal or a plant? Since everyone who enters will fall into their inner demons, why didn't you? Chapter 2:16. The stone spirit is a spiritual object formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It can be big or small and can change into anything. It has no specific shape and hides in the mountains. It only appears once every 1,000 years. The place and time of appearance are not fixed. It only appeared once every 1,000 years and she had caught it. She was really lucky. Ning Xuema didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The stone spirit's explanation reminded her of the mountain gods and the myths and legends of her time. If it was formed by the spiritual energy of the mountains, wouldn't it be a mountain god? They were in the stomach of a mountain god? Why was this explanation so terrifying? So, were they in its esophagus or its intestines? How were they going to get out? Did they have to go through the back door? Would they encounter other food scraps that the stone spirit had swallowed along the way? Countless questions hovered in Ning Xuema's mind. She picked the most important one. How are we going to get out? I don't know. The baby answered simply. It's my first time here too. Fine. Ning Xuema shut her mouth. She was indeed the king of luck. She had only been here for a short while and she had already encountered such a thing. Could there be treasures in the stomach of the mountain spirit? It must have eaten many good things all these years. Maybe there were some rare treasures. She looked around but didn't see any danger. The tunnel was very clean. The material under her feet was the same as the cave walls, like crystal bricks. It didn't hurt her feet when she stepped on it. Occasionally, there would be scattered large rocks of different shapes and sizes in the tunnel. Ning Xuema had just woken up on one of the rocks. Another large boulder appeared in front of her. Ning Xuema sized up the boulder with a glance, and her heart suddenly moved. The shape of the rock was actually like a giant python. It was long and the front part vaguely looked like a snake's head with its mouth open. It was even more perfect than the masterpiece of a master. It was also the same color as the surrounding cave walls. It was slightly transparent and there was a ball of shadow inside. Ning Xuema looked inside for a moment and her eyes widened in shock. Why does it look like there's something sealed inside? Ah, there's really a python inside. And a skinless one too. These stones were originally formed by animals that accidentally trespassed. Jiao Zun seemed to know everything. Ning Xuemo recalled the huge rocks she saw when she passed by. Sure enough, they looked like all kinds of animals. There were more and more strangely shaped rocks in front of them. Ning Xuemo observed carefully and found that some animals were sealed in these strange rocks. They seemed to be formed according to the size of the animals. It looked a little like the amber used to seal small animals. The amber was formed when pine resin dripped down and wrapped around the worms. These animals were so huge. How could they be sealed here? Why didn't they have any skin? Jiao Zun, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in front of a tall and thin rock. There weren't many things that could make Jiao Zun stop in his tracks. Ning Xuemo gave up on observing a tiger-shaped rock and walked briskly to the tall and skinny rock. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed slightly. There's someone inside. There was indeed a person sealed in the rock. Not only did this person not shed his skin, he was even wearing clothes. The translucent layer of stone that enveloped this person was very thin. In addition, this layer of stone had strong anti-corrosion properties. The person inside was still the same as when he was alive. Therefore, Ning Xuemo could see the person's face and body clearly. Chapter 217. It was an exceptionally handsome man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a green jade hairpin on his head and wore a light blue robe. The quality of this blue robe was obviously very good. Its color was as soft as the lake water, and there were scaly patterns on it. A sparkling and translucent white jade belt was tied around his waist, and a jade pendant with a pair of fish hung from the belt. His standing posture was somewhat strange. Both of his arms were folded in front of him, as if he was hugging something. His expression seemed to be both painful and joyful. Beside his feet was a strange-looking sword. He was frozen in place, and it was unknown how long he had been standing there, but he seemed to have turned into a fossil. Ning Xuemo's gaze circled around the handsome guy's face before landing on his collar. On the left side of his collar, there was a cloud embroidered, while on the right side, there were 9 stars embroidered. This man was from the Sun-Moon sect. Furthermore, looking at those stars, he was the ancestor's direct disciple. In the Sun-Moon sect, only the ancestor's direct disciples could embroider 9 stars. Who could this be? The ancestor had a total of 18 disciples, and 12 of them were still alive. Their whereabouts were also well documented. This person was obviously one of the 6 disciples who had already passed away. Of the 6 disciples, the highest had cultivated to Earth Realm Level 9. Although their lifespan had been extended, they were not immortal. 5 of them had died of natural causes, which could be considered a good ending. Only the 5th disciple had disappeared in the prime of his life. As for how he had disappeared, it was too long ago, and the Sun-Moon sect style of doing things was relatively mysterious. Therefore, no one knew. Ning Xuemo only knew from a few scattered records that the missing disciple of the ancestor was not only a rare martial arts genius, but also a prince with a high position and great talent. He had broken through to Earth Realm Level 6 at a young age, and was considered one of the most likely candidates to break through the life and death barrier. He was also the most favored disciple of the ancestor, and the most complete and profound martial arts he had been imparted to him. If he had ascended the throne, he would have definitely become the Emperor of the Ages. However, no one expected that when he was 27 or 28 years old, he would suddenly disappear. Since then, the ancestor had added another rule to his disciple selection, and that was to not accept disciples of the imperial family. This was also one of the main reasons why the ancestor did not accept a genius like Ji Yunhuang. Ning Xuemo looked at the peerless man sealed in the stone. Needless to say, this should be the missing prince, the ancestor's favorite 5th disciple. Ning Xuemo shot a glance at the child beside her. The child was currently raising his head to look at the translucent stone sculpture. He did not say anything, and his face was expressionless. Only his pair of blue eyes were like an ice lake under the moonlight, faintly flickering with light. Ning Xuemo didn't look at him anymore. She just gently stroked the stone sculpture of the prince. His skin didn't fall off. How did he die? Jiao Zun's voice was indifferent. His cultivation is high, so he won't be injured by the heaven-splitting wind that entered his mouth. That's why his skin is still intact. However, he didn't manage to escape the inner demons of his nightmares and his soul was scattered. It turned out that the inner demons of the nightmares were so powerful. It could actually scatter the soul of such a genius expert. For a newbie like her, if Jiuzun hadn't used a special method to enter her mind to save her, she would probably have been devoured by the inner demons as well. Not even a speck of her soul would be left behind. Only this small body would be left here, like the humans and animals who had mistakenly entered, turned into a small stone sculpture. Wait, he said that there was a heaven-splitting wind at the entrance that could tear the flesh of those who had mistakenly entered. Then why was she fine? Chapter 2:18. She recalled the skin-like thing she had touched when she was tumbling in the whirlpool. At that time, she had thought that she had touched the monster's intestines. Now, it seemed like there was a protective barrier around her, preventing her from being injured by the Tianlai wind and allowing her to land safely. Needless to say, that protective barrier must have been set up by Jiuzun behind her. This meant that Jiuzun had already saved her twice without batting an eyelid after meeting the stone spirit. Alright, seeing that he had saved her twice, she would magnanimously not pursue the matter of him forcing her to jump off the cliff. She glanced at the little brat beside her. She hadn't paid much attention to him earlier, but now it seemed that the little fellow's complexion wasn't too good. He was paler than before, and even his originally bright red lips were like faded petals, making one's heart ache. Jiuzun, thank you for saving my life twice. I won't pursue the matter of you teasing me in the past. Let's call it even. Even? Jiuzun's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't comment. Because of this little girl's sudden intrusion, his cultivation this time had been wasted, and he had been unable to return to his human form. His cultivation had been greatly reduced, not even a fifth of his usual strength. He had only wanted to send her down the mountain quickly, but he hadn't expected to meet the stone spirit again. To save her twice, he had used up more than half of his current cultivation. It was really one disaster after another. Although this little girl was a very special existence, she was also a real troublemaker. He was speechless. The debt between them was not even now, but he would get it back sooner or later. He wouldn't let his efforts be in vain. He didn't look at the stone statue anymore, and strode forward. Let's go. His legs were short, and he didn't use any special methods to walk. Ning Xuema caught up with him in a few steps, and asked casually, since you're familiar with the ancestor, you must know the person in the stone statue, right? So what if I know him, and so what if I don't? Jiuzun didn't stop walking. That person is the ancestor's missing disciple. Now that we finally found him here, aren't you going to help us get his body out? Even if you don't return him to the ancestor, at least let him rest in peace. The body is just a bag of skin, no different from grass and trees. Since he has already turned into a mountain rock, let him stay here. The 9 Supremes were unmoved. They had no intention of burying the prince's body. How cold-blooded. Ning Xuema overtook him in a few steps and said in a gossipy voice, "Is this the ancestor's 5th disciple? He was so handsome. I heard that he is a prince." You've heard quite a lot. Jiuzun gave her a few words of evaluation. It's said that he's a man of great talent and bold vision. If he manages to ascend to the throne, he might become an emperor for all eternity. There must be a lot of girls who like him. Ning Xuema continued to gossip. Jiuzun's reply was even shorter this time. Ning Xuema originally wanted to get more information from him, but she didn't expect this guy to be so calm and collected. She didn't get anything out of him. She gently pursed her lips and continued to gossip about this prince, telling him almost everything she knew. She was eloquent and could be said to be incessant. However, Jiuzun rarely responded to her gossip. At most, he would reply with 3 to 5 words. After she talked for 3 to 4 minutes, he finally said, "Don't be a love-struck fool. He's already been dead for 1,000 years. He's not fated to be with you." Chapter 2:19. Ning Xuema was speechless. She pursed her lips and smiled. That's hard to say. Maybe he's already reincarnated. Maybe we're fated to meet in this life. Jiao Zun's blue eyes darkened slightly as he looked at her, as if trying to see something through her. A hint of contemplation flashed through his eyes. Don't you like tall and strong men? He hadn't forgotten that she had almost kissed that muscular man in her nightmare, and she'd even taken the initiative. Ning Xuema sighed. There are too few men like my idol in this era. I can't be an old lady in the future, so I can only settle for the next best thing. Actually, although this prince looks a little feminine, he still looks quite manly. If he's reincarnated, he'll definitely still look like this. Stop dreaming. Jiao Zun interrupted her rudely. Souls are formless. Every time they're reincarnated, they'll look like their parents in the present world. Not to mention that his soul has already dispersed and can't be reincarnated. Even if he's reincarnated due to some special karma, his appearance will still change. He won't look like what you see now. Ning Xuema's eyes curved like crescent moons. She suddenly raised a hand to pat his head. Jiao Zun, I couldn't tell that a brat like you knows so much. Being with you has really broadened my horizons. His hair was so smooth. It was smoother than the hair of the shampoo advertisement girls. It felt so good to touch. Jiao Zun obviously didn't expect her to touch him again. He didn't avoid it and was touched on the head by her small hand. He was speechless. This small body was really inconvenient. It hadn't even been a day and he'd already been taken advantage of by her. With a single step, he was already 10 feet away from her. His voice was icy. Touch me again and this Zun will chop off your hand. His words were full of threat. If it were any other time, it would be enough to scare everyone into silence. But now, his voice was crisp and childish. Not only did it not scare Ning Xuema, it made her laugh instead. What was worse was that as soon as he finished his threat, he was tripped by something. He staggered and almost flew out. Of course, his reaction was extremely fast. He took advantage of the momentum and somersaulted in the air. When he landed on the ground again, he was already standing firm. Ning Xuema clapped her hands and laughed. Jiao Zun's skills are amazing. This somersault was beautiful. Jiao Zun, he suddenly raised his hand and a white light flashed towards Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema couldn't help but tumble 3 times like a windmill. When she landed, she tripped over something and almost fell flat on her face. Your somersaults aren't bad, but your lower body isn't stable. You still need more practice. Stay in the horse stance for an hour. Jiao Zun sat down cross-legged. And Ning Xuema's legs didn't seem to be her own. She actually automatically got into a horse stance, and her posture was very standard. Ning Xuema, her body stiffened, as if she had suddenly turned into a block of wood. Only her eyes could still move. This little fellow was also one to take revenge for the smallest grievance. She wasn't the one who tripped him up. She had only seen a small joke and he was already taking his revenge. Her head couldn't move and Jiao Zun was sitting not far behind her. She couldn't see what he was doing. Ning Xuema wasn't in a hurry. There were only the 2 of them in this place. In this unknown environment, they were each other's companions. He wouldn't leave her alone. Chapter 220. Ning Xuema was not in a hurry. There were only the 2 of them in this place. In such an unknown environment, they were each other's companions. He would not leave her behind and leave her alone. Besides, this place was not suitable for staying for too long. Even if he punished her by squatting in the horse stance, it would not be for too long. Usually, she would do the horse stance to practice her lower body. Now, she would just treat it as practice. She closed her eyes and quietly adjusted her breathing. Then, she realized that the strange energy in her body had grown stronger. It flowed slowly in her body, as comfortable as a mountain stream. This should be psychokinesis. She finally had her own psychokinesis. She knew that her dantian was the place that devoured all psychokinesis, so she purposely prevented her psychokinesis from passing through that place, only circling around other places. Then, she discovered something that surprised her. She had taken many risks along the way and suffered many external wounds. Although she had already treated them, the days were too short. Those wounds still hurt from time to time, and some of them were even cracked open. However, after the psychokinesis flowed through these places, the wounds healed at an amazing speed. Although she could not see it, she could feel the strange itchiness when the wounds healed. It was as if she had been cast the rejuvenation spell in the game. She circulated the psychokinesis in her body once before opening her eyes. She did not know how long she had been squatting here, but she could clearly feel the numbness and pain in her legs. Yet, she could not move. "Hey, Jiuzun, have you had enough? Undo it for me." Ning Xuema could still move her mouth. She finally could not help but speak. There was no movement behind her. "I know you're behind me. All right, undo it for me now. Can I apologize to you?" Since the hard way did not work, she tried the soft way. Still, there was no movement. She paused for a moment and listened attentively. Her surroundings were as quiet as an ancient tomb. There was no sound at all. She could not even hear his breathing. That little bastard would not leave her behind and run away, would he? Plop. A drop of something dripped onto her head. Only then did she realize that there was something heavy on the top of her head. After the liquid dripped onto her head, it did not roll down her head. Ning Xuema recalled the various stone statues in the corridor, and the hairs on his back almost stood up. These stone statues were like the stalactites that we often see. They were formed by the liquid dripping from the cave over the years and gradually petrified. That should be the liquid that dripped onto her head. She was a little flustered and couldn't help but shout a few more times. Soft, hard, begging for mercy, threatening, she said all kinds of things, but to no avail. There was still no movement around her. It was as if Jiuzun had really left and no longer cared about her. She became more and more alarmed. Since she couldn't call for outside help, she thought of ways to rely on herself. She began to use her psychokinesis to attack the sealed area. However, this Jiuzun's method of restraint was obviously different from acupuncture. Her efforts were futile. Her body still could not move, but more and more liquid dripped onto her head. She felt as if there was a steel helmet on her head, and it was getting heavier and heavier. A drop of liquid was dripping onto the tip of her nose. She then realized in horror that the liquid was no longer flowing down, but had solidified there. If this continued, her facial features would soon be sealed. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she would also become a stone statue and suffocate to death. Chapter 221. Jiuzun, you pervert. Lousy curses you to never grow up again. Forever a little brat. Ning Xuema finally couldn't help but curse. What did you say? There was finally some movement behind her. A small figure slowly turned in front of her, a pair of blue eyes looking at her indifferently. So he hadn't left. So he had been behind her all along. Apologize. Apologize and Benzin will let you go. Jiuzun's expression was even calmer. His complexion looked much better than before, his originally pale face now having an apple-like blush. It seemed that the meditation earlier had helped him recover quite a bit. After being together for so long, he had a general understanding of her personality. He thought that she would stubbornly say no, but he didn't expect her to smile and say, "I'm sorry." The most important requirement of being a secret agent was to be able to judge the situation, to know when to yield and when to stand tall. Her words were straightforward, but there was also a faint sense of alienation. Jiuzun's eyes flashed as he looked at her expression for a moment. Ning Xuema remained calm. Jiuzun, I've already apologized as you wished. Can you let me go now? Jiuzun raised his sleeve and Ning Xuema's body heated up. She finally regained her freedom. She moved her stiff limbs, waiting for the numbness in her legs to subside before taking large strides forward. The young lady finally stopped talking so much. Satisfied, Jiuzun followed behind her easily. This tunnel was actually longer than it had ever been. The two of them walked at a rather fast pace, walking for about 4 hours without seeing the end. It really did feel like they were walking in intestines, with all the twists and turns. Other than the various stone statues they had seen at the beginning, there was nothing else. When they reached the depths, there weren't even any stone statues. Ning Xuema was very quiet along the way, not saying a word. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard in the tunnel. Jiao Zun raised his head to look at Ning Xuema, who was taking large strides forward, with a complicated expression in his eyes. He had always liked peace and quiet. His disciples were all focused in front of him, not daring to utter a single word. His days were like a pool of water, calm and without ripples. But ever since he met her, his peaceful pace had been completely disrupted. She was a talkative person. Because she didn't know his identity, she spoke to him impolitely, willfully and willfully. She joked with him, even flirted with him. He wasn't used to it, but he felt that it was tolerable. When she was chattering away, he hated that she was making so much noise that he wanted to seal her mouth with a spell. But now that she had suddenly quieted down, he felt that something was missing. How did you get to the 9th summit? For the first time, he took the initiative to talk to her. A bird brought it up. This time, it was her turn to be a woman of few words. No wonder a rookie like her was able to come to the 9th summit. It was really a coincidence. You were brought up here as food? You survived and your friend was swallowed by a bird? Jiao Zun's ability to analyze and deduce was obviously very strong as well. Once he connected the dots, he could more or less deduce the cause and effect. This time, she only replied with one word. When we fell down just now, the monkey-like thing you encountered was the stone roar. It and the stone essence complement each other. Wherever it is, the stone essence will usually appear. Sometimes, it will even attract prey for the stone essence. Jiao Zun began to explain to her why he didn't let her get close to the stone wall just now. Oh. His long explanation was only met with a nasal sound from her. Chapter 222. Jiao Zun was obviously not someone who was good at leading the conversation. Since Ning Xuema was a woman of few words, he stopped talking as well. The tunnel was silent again. They walked another 7 to 8 li before a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of them. The two of them had been walking in the blue environment for so long that they were already tired of the view. Seeing this ball of light now, their spirits were lifted. Jiao Zun was still able to maintain his composure, but Ning Xuema cheered and ran towards the ball of white light. Oh, oh. Sky light, sky light. God, she was finally coming out. God knew that she was going to go crazy in this blue place. She was still cautious, slowing down when she got close to the white light. She only ran out when she was sure that it was a cave entrance. However, she stopped abruptly when she saw the scenery outside. She had indeed run out of the cave entrance, but it was not the sky outside that she had imagined. It was an extremely large space, 8 times bigger than the capital stadium. In the middle of this vast space, there was a large tree with luxuriant leaves. Ning Xuema had never seen such a thick and huge tree. Dozens of people might not be able to wrap their arms around it. The tree bark was wrinkled, like the wrinkles of an old man. Compared to its diameter, the tree was not too tall, only 20 to 30 meters tall. Its leaves danced, and its huge crown almost covered the entire space. What surprised Ning Xuema was not this, but the fruits that occasionally appeared between the leaves. Ginseng fruit. Ginseng fruit. Ginseng fruit. The moment she saw the fruit clearly, only these 3 words were left in her mind. The fruits on the tree were almost exactly the same as the ginseng fruit in the Wu Zhuangguan described in A Journey to the West. The fruits were like little children meditating. They had fair skin, smiling facial features, and all 4 limbs. Their small bodies were chubby, the size of a large pear, appearing and disappearing between the leaves of the tree. Who would have thought that such things really existed in this world? She had struck gold. She had really struck gold. There was such a treasure in the stone spirit's stomach. Ning Xuema's eyes narrowed into crescents. Jiao Zun, this is your nest, right? So many of your kind. Because of her joy, Ning Xuema was finally willing to speak to Jiao Zun again. Jiao Zun, he looked at the ginseng fruit on the tree, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Hearing Ning Xuema's words, he pursed his lips and said, "This is a ginseng fruit." "I know. Ginseng fruit and ginseng baby are similar." Ning Xuema hopped forward and counted the fruits through the gaps between the leaves. 1, 2, 3, 8. She spent a great deal of effort to finish counting before turning to look at Jiao Zun. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise. A total of 8 fruits. "Jiao Zun, you're Jiao. Are you sure they're not your brothers?" Jiao Zun. This sovereign said, "No." "That's good." Ning Xuema was already preparing to climb the tree to pluck the fruits. "Jiao Zun, do you have any golden striker?" She remembered that in Journey to the West, it was said that picking this kind of fruit could only be done with a golden tool. Other tools would not work. No. Jiao Zun was also looking at the fruit on the tree. This was the first time he had seen it. Since he had come across it, how could he let it go? "What do you need a golden striker for?" Jiao Zun looked at Ning Xuema, who was rolling up her sleeves and preparing to climb the tree, feeling a little puzzled. The corner of Ning Xuema's mouth lifted slightly. She didn't answer his question. Instead, she nimbly adjusted her body and jumped onto the tree trunk. Chapter 223. When it came to climbing trees, if she claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Unexpectedly, just as her feet touched the tree trunk, the sturdy-looking tree bark suddenly caved in. Ning Xuema was caught off guard and her feet immediately sank into it. She was shocked and wanted to pull her feet out, but they seemed to be stuck to something and she couldn't exert any strength. Instead, she felt like she had fallen into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Could this ginseng fruit tree be a man-eating tree? Ning Xuema's eyes flashed. She wanted to eat its fruit, not be eaten by it. Her feet sank in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Xuema didn't dare to delay, pulling out her dagger and stabbing it into the tree trunk. Pfft! Her dagger seemed to have fallen into a quagmire as it sank into the tree trunk, unable to be pulled out. The tree trunk ate the dagger even faster, reaching the hilt in the blink of an eye. If Ning Xuema didn't let go, her hand would be swallowed as well. She could only let go and watch as the dagger that had contributed so much to her adventure sank into the tree trunk, disappearing without a trace. The place where the dagger had been stabbed returned to its original state, not even leaving a scar on the tree bark. Wasn't metal supposed to subdue wood? Why had her millennium cold steel been swallowed by wood? At this moment, her feet were completely submerged in the tree trunk and it was swallowing her calves. The place where she had been swallowed hurt like a knife, as if there were countless little mouths biting inside. She was suspended in the air, with no way to escape. Everything happened very quickly. From the moment Ning Xuema climbed up to the moment she fell into the tree, only a dozen seconds had passed. The ginseng fruit tree was actually a man-eating tree. This was too much. Ning Xuema couldn't help but look at Jiao Zun. Would he save her? Did he have a way to save her? Jiao Zun had come to the tree the moment she fell into the tree. His expression was solemn as his small hands emitted rays of light that blasted towards the large tree trunk. The power of his attacks had always been strong. Not to mention a large tree, even an iron tree of the same thickness could be broken by his attack. But now, it was useless. The trunk of the tree ate everything it saw, even the light he emitted. The different colored light collided with the trunk and disappeared. It was useless. With this slight delay, Ning Xuema's calf had already sunk in. It was too late. Ning Xuema steeled herself and shouted, "Jiao Zun, cut off my legs." Jiao Zun's palms paused for a moment as he ignored her. His palms continued to emit the light of different spells as he continued to hack at the tree trunk. However, it was still useless. Ning Xuema was anxious. She saw that her knees were about to sink in. If she didn't make a decision, she was afraid that even her thighs couldn't be saved. Her body suddenly rolled up, and her palms were like knives, fiercely cutting off her own legs. At this critical moment, she could only break her leg to save her life. Wait! A ray of white light intercepted, blocking Ning Xuema's palms. Ning Xuema lowered her head, her eyes blazing as she looked at Jiao Zun under the tree. I don't want to be crippled, but I don't want to die. With Benzin here, I won't let you lose an arm or a leg. Jiao Zun's reply was simple as he suddenly punched the tree. Ning Xuema's heart almost jumped out of her chest. Hey, don't touch the tree. It'll eat your fist. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiao Zun's small fist had already struck the tree trunk. Ning Xuema didn't know how strong Jiao Zun's small fist was. Chapter 224. Ning Xuema didn't know how strong Jiao Zun's small fists were. She only knew that after the ginseng tree was struck by Jiao Zun's small fists, it shook as if it had been struck by lightning. Bright red juice seeped out from under the tree bark like blood. It was so huge that its shaking caused the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. A shrill cry that sounded like both laughter and crying came from the depths of the tree, piercing to the ears. Ning Xuema's legs were finally spat out by the tree trunk, and she fell from the tree head first. Because the distance was too short, Ning Xuema didn't have time to adjust her body. She closed her eyes and gathered her strength above her head, preparing to crash into the tree head-on. A gentle force wrapped around her waist, and just as her body was about to hit the ground, she was forcefully turned around. Ning Xuema staggered as her feet finally touched the ground. Then, her body tilted and fell to the side. Although the area below her calf that had been swallowed by the tree was still there, she couldn't feel anything. Her body didn't hit the ground, but fell into someone's embrace. Ning Xuema opened her eyes and was stunned. Her upper body was resting on Jiao Zun's small shoulders. Compared to his small body, her originally small and delicate body seemed incomparably large in his embrace. This scene was too much for her to comprehend. Ning Xuema wanted to flip over and land on the ground, but the trembling ground beneath her feet suddenly spat out countless long tree roots. Those tree roots seemed to have come alive as they swept towards the two of them. Jiao Zun picked her up and sprinted towards the entrance of the cave. The difference in their figures was too great. If Ning Xuema were to carry him and run, it wouldn't be strange at all. But now, he was the one carrying her. It was like a little mouse dragging a shovel, with the big head behind. Luckily, he was fast and his feet didn't touch the ground. Ning Xuema's body that was suspended in the air was pulled up like a flag fluttering in the wind. Behind them, countless tree roots danced like giant snakes as they chased after the two of them like landslides and tsunamis. Fortunately, Jiao Zun's speed was fast and he had many ways to deal with them. Often, when they were about to be caught, he would throw out a few rays of light. Although they couldn't sever the roots, they could still obstruct them slightly. Finally, the two of them returned to the original passageway. Those tree roots seemed to have some misgivings about this passageway. They danced and circled outside the passageway for a while before burrowing back into the ground. Slowly, peace was restored. Ning Xuema sat at the entrance of the cave. Seeing the tree trunks return to normal, she let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she have time to look at her own legs. The moment she saw them clearly, even though she was used to seeing the world, she still couldn't help but shiver. The area below her knees that had been swallowed by the tree was now covered with countless roots that were as thin as a cow's hair. They were so dense that it was as if she was covered with an inch of hair, or as if she was wearing a pair of thick leather boots. Those fine roots were still automatically drilling into her legs. Now that she had regained a bit of feeling in her legs, it was painful and itchy, making her want to jump up and cut off her legs. God, what kind of monster is this? Ning Xuema couldn't help but reach out to pull them off. Don't move. Jiao Zun reached out to stop her, his eyes fixed on those roots. You won't be able to pull them off. Instead, they'll drill into your hands. Then what should I do? Ning Xuema felt her hair stand on end. I'll think of something. Jiao Zun pressed down on her thighs, stopping her from moving. Chapter 225. I'll think of something. Jiao Zun pressed down on her thighs, stopping her from moving. Ning Xuema sucked in a breath, suppressing the panic in her heart as she steadied herself. "All right. I won't move." Jiao Zun glanced at her again, admiration flashing through his eyes. If it were any other girl, they would have screamed long ago in such a situation, but she was able to calm down so quickly. It was not simple at all. This girl looked lively, but when it was time to be calm, she could be calmer than anyone else. Smart, wise, lively, calm, cunning, and merciless, these traits were contradictory, but they were perfectly combined in her. Jiao Zun took out a snow-white embroidered pouch from his sleeve, taking out several items from it. There was a small jade gourd, a silver knife, silver scissors, and some talismans. After putting these things away, he pressed his hands on her thighs and looked at her again. "It hurts a little. Bear with it." His small hands were soft, but for some reason, they gave people a kind of strength that was as stable as a mountain, calming people's hearts. Ning Xuema's forehead was already covered in sweat from the intense pain in her legs, but she forced herself to smile. "Do as you wish, I can take it." Jiao Zun nodded. After some thought, he stuffed something into her hands. "Bite this." Ning Xuema looked at it. It was a top-grade jade pendant, in the shape of a phoenix stepping on a branch. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and whether it was the bird or the branches under its claws, they were all very lifelike. This Jiao Zun was so casually giving away a treasure. If such a large piece of top-grade jade was brought back to the modern world, it would be worth millions. Yet, he had casually taken it out for her to bite on. It was obvious that he was afraid that she would bite her tongue from the pain when he cast his spell later. Ning Xuema glanced at the jade pendant again, her heart skipping a beat. A jade pendant in the shape of a phoenix stepping on a branch. Did it represent I Ching 1? She pushed it away without batting an eyelid. "It's fine, I can take it. This jade pendant is too valuable, I'll break it if I bite it." Jiao Zun looked at her strangely. "Is your tongue more valuable or the jade pendant more valuable? Bite it." "All right, you're the one who asked me to bite you. Don't feel bad when I bite you." Ning Xuema held the jade pendant in her mouth. Just as she bit down, she felt a sudden pain in her thigh. It was as if two awls had drilled into the air. Following that, she felt a burning pain in her calves and feet, as if she had been skinned alive. The roots, as thin as a cow's hair, were finally shaken out and flew into the air. Jiao Zun's movements were as fast as lightning. With a wave of his sleeves, a ball of fire enveloped the thin roots, burning them clean in the blink of an eye. Not a single one escaped. Ning Xuema didn't scream, but the jade pendant in her mouth was bitten into two halves by her and fell to the ground. The ground beneath his feet was stone slabs. The two halves of the jade pendant fell to the ground and broke into four halves. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him and said, "I didn't do it on purpose." Jiao Zun glanced at the jade pendant on the ground, then looked at her watery eyes. "It's fine." Then, he looked at her small teeth and said, "Your teeth are quite hard. You didn't break them, did you?" "It seems like he doesn't care." Ning Xuema let out a sigh of relief and shook her head. "My teeth are fine." Her legs were still burning with pain. She hurriedly looked at her legs and her face darkened. She was about to cry. "There's something wrong with my legs." Not a single one of the roots on her legs was left. Chapter 226. The roots on her legs were indeed gone, but her originally beautiful legs and feet were now covered in blood, and the skin on them was gone. Ning Xuema herself was a doctor. Her medical skills were brilliant, but even she had no way to restore such a large patch of skin. This kind of injury could only be treated with skin grafting, but where was she going to get such a large patch of skin? She couldn't bear to cut it anywhere. If she looked like this in the future, her legs and feet would never be able to see anyone again. Ning Xuema instantly felt the malice of this world. "There's no problem with your bones. You won't have any problems moving in the future." Jiao Zun's focus was obviously different from hers. He took the small bottle beside him, intending to apply medicine for her. "This medicine is quite effective at relieving pain. It'll suppress your pain for now." Ning Xuemo reached out to grab his wrist, stopping him from continuing. She looked at him anxiously. Jiao Zun, does this medicine of yours have the effect of hastening the growth of skin? You're very capable, so you should have some methods to grow skin and restore it to its original state, right? This person should be omnipotent, right? Right? No. Jiao Zun snatched his wrist back. This medicine can stop the pain. Even he couldn't restore her skin? Ning Xuemo was instantly powerless, her face falling. She didn't have any other problems, but she loved to be beautiful. She could endure bone-piercing pain, but she couldn't accept not being beautiful anymore. She looked at her bloody feet, her brows furrowed as if she was mourning the death of her parents. It was Jiao Zun's first time seeing her like this. He had never seen her so listless even when her life was hanging by a thread. He looked at her legs and pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't. Ning Xuemo was used to observing people's expressions. She immediately looked at him. What do you want to say? Is there a way? But it's not easy. Jiao Zun said faintly, Qilin armor and Qilin saliva can restore damaged skin to its original state, but it has to be used within 3 days of the injury. Otherwise, it won't be effective. Qilins are divine beasts, and they aren't easy to find in this continent. Ning Xuemo's eyes, which originally had some brilliance, dimmed down. Qilin, in her own era, it was just a legend. It was an extremely rare existence on this continent. If even the Almighty Nine Supremes had said that it would be difficult to find her, then the chances were even slimmer. Her legs were destined to be so ugly that she would never be able to see anyone. I can heal her legs, but you have to take me out of here. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave. The voice was a little strange. It sounded like a parrot repeating its words, and it was the voice of a child. Who is it? Ning Xuemo looked up. There were other people here? The cave entrance darkened slightly as a little monster walked in. The reason why it was called a little weirdo was because it wasn't that big. It wasn't much taller than Jiao Zun. She was naked, with only a few leaves covering the vital parts of her waist. His skin was ocean blue, and the joints of his hands and feet were densely covered with blue crystal-like scales. He had a pair of large, watery eyes, short ocean blue hair, and 2 horns on his head. When Ning Xuemo saw him for the first time, the image of the little dragon man that she had seen when she was a child flashed through her mind. What kind of animal was this? Had it cultivated into a spirit? It looked so cute. Especially that pair of eyes, and those beautiful double eyelids. Chapter 227. The little fellow held its head high, trying its best to make itself look more dignified and lofty. You guys are taking advantage of this condition. You'll definitely agree to it. You are? Ning Xuemo's eyes landed on the scales on his body. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Mythical Qilin? You're smart. It's this god. The little fellow's chin was raised even higher. Before it could finish its sentence, a white light enveloped it. It couldn't help but shriek. After the white light faded, the little weirdo was gone. What stood in its place was a Qilin beast. It looked similar to the Qilin that Ning Xuemo had seen on the computer, except that it wasn't as big as the legend said. It was only the size of a small pony, and its blue scales shone like crystals. It glared at Jiao Zun angrily. You plotted against me. Jiao Zun looked at it, nonchalant. Are you going to offer up the scales yourself, or is this god going to pluck them out personally? I've said it before. You guys have to bring me out before I'll consider giving you the scales. Kirin's eyes widened. This god will not agree to any of your conditions. Jiao Zun was a man of action. Before he could finish his sentence, the yellow light from his palm had already enveloped Kirin once again. Let this god take them out personally. Kirin was obviously no match for this Jiao Zun. Its body was restrained by the yellow light and it could barely move. Seeing Jiao Zun slowly walking towards it with the intention of plucking its scales, Kirin panicked. Finally, it opened its mouth unwillingly. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Humans were too cunning. Too ruthless. Mother, I want to go home. Kiran was in tears. It didn't dare let anyone pluck its scales. If it wasn't done properly, its vitality would be damaged. Ning Xuema glanced at Jiuzun. This brat was so young, but he was still so domineering. She looked at Kiran again. Wasn't a qilin a mythical beast that was majestic in legends? Why was it so small? It wasn't very capable either, but it was subdued by Jiuzun in just a single exchange. Kiran finally peeled off a scale from its forelimb. It seemed to be very uncomfortable. It was so painful that its horns were trembling. Jiuzun took it and weighed it in his palm. The qilin tablet then curled up into a small ball the size of a fingernail. It looked like a blue pearl as he passed it to Ning Xuema. Swallow it. Ning Xuema naturally had no objections and swallowed the bead. It was cool and slightly sweet as it slid down his throat. It was as if a cool stream of water had flowed down his stomach. It was indescribably comfortable. Under Jiuzun's guidance, she once again channeled the MF within her to activate the pearl, pushing the nutrients from the pearl towards her legs. About an hour later, Ning Xuema woke up from her meditation. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to check her legs. The moment she saw her own legs, her eyes lit up. Amazing. It was too miraculous. Her legs had been bloody and unsightly just a moment ago, but now, they had recovered to their former fair and tender state. This body originally had a pair of beautiful feet. Now, the skin on them had completely healed. Perhaps it was because the qilin tablet had nourished them, but the skin was even more translucent than before. The calluses and blisters that had formed on the soles of her feet due to the continuous journey had also disappeared. Her feet were perfect, like half moons. Her nails were round and pink, like light pink pearls. Her entire feet looked like they were carved out of white jade. One couldn't help but want to touch them. Chapter 228. Even Kiran's large eyes were staring at her feet. So pretty. It stuck out its tongue, looking like it wanted to lick them. Jiuzun shifted his gaze away from her feet and stood up, intentionally blocking Kiran's gaze. Since you've recovered, put on your shoes and get up. Ning Xuema had an innocent look on her face. My shoes and socks were all swallowed by that stupid tree. I don't have any shoes to wear. Jiuzun paused. Wait here. He turned and walked out. Ning Xuema looked at his small back and couldn't help but rub her nose. This little fellow looked like a child, but his actions and words were all adult. His every action carried the innate aura of a venerable. Where was he going to get her shoes? There was only a ginseng fruit tree and some weeds here. Was he going to weave a pair of straw sandals for her? Forget it, she didn't need to worry about this problem. This little fellow looked like he had a lot of ideas. She just needed to wait for him to get her shoes to wear. When Ning Xuema was on a mission, although she was the one who came up with the big and small plans, she didn't really do much in daily life. For example, barbecuing wild animals or preparing some daily necessities were all done by her subordinates. In this aspect, she was still very good at stretching out her hands and opening her mouth for food, therefore, she didn't feel uncomfortable being served by others. The only thing she wasn't used to was being served by such a small child. From this point, she felt like she was destroying the future of her motherland. But when she thought of his identity, a ginseng child, she calmed down. She was a little bored sitting there, so she looked at her feet again. She was quite satisfied with this pair of feet. In ancient times, a woman's feet were her second face. Although women in this era didn't have to bind their feet, they were still small and delicate, making them more pleasing to the eye. When she looked up, she saw that Kiran had turned back into a little blue person. It was still standing there, its eyes still looking at Ning Xuema's feet. She didn't know what it was thinking. Ning Xuema lifted her foot generously. Does it look good? Kiran was an honest person. He nodded and answered without hesitation, yes. Ning Xuema smiled with satisfaction. She looked at Kiran from head to toe. It looked a little uneasy, and a little timid, like a real child, a lost child. Ning Xuemo realized that she had been quite lucky with children recently. The Jiuzun she met was a child, and now, the Qilin she met was also a child. However, other than his appearance, Jiuzun didn't look like a child at all. The aura around him was also becoming more and more shocking. On the other hand, Kirin was really like a child. He looked like a 5 or 6-year-old, but his intelligence and temperament were like that of a 7 or 8-year-old. Ning Xuemo looked at it and felt pity for it. She started to chat with it. While chatting, Ning Xuemo learned that this little Qilin wasn't a native of this place. It came from the mysterious Qilin clan. 1,000 years ago, because it was looking for a spiritual medicine, it was accidentally swallowed by a stone essence. Since then, it had been trapped here, unable to leave. It also said that there was another person who was swallowed at the same time as it. That person had the same goal as it, which was to find the ginseng fruit. Therefore, they had traveled together at that time. When the stone essence swallowed them, it was that person who protected it, preventing it from being hurt by the sky-splitting wind at the entrance. However, that person fell into a deep sleep after coming in. No matter how it called out to him, or even bit him, he didn't wake up. Instead, his breath became weaker and weaker until it finally stopped breathing. Chapter 229. It had been trapped in this place for thousands of years and had not seen any living creatures. Its life had been as lonely as snow. It was about to go crazy from boredom. You will take me out, right? I also have a lot of skills, so I won't be a burden to you. After the little fellow finished his story, he anxiously looked at Ning Xuemo. His pair of big eyes clearly expressed his desire. It thought that Ning Xuemo should be easy to talk to since she was smiling and had a good temper, so it took the opportunity to ask for help. Ning Xuemo looked at it with her arms around her knees. What skills do you have? I can transfer water from mountains and lakes at any time. I can make withered trees flourish and grow again at any time. I can command groups of beasts. The little Qilin counted with its fingers and tried its best to promote itself. Ning Xuemo's eyes flickered. She obviously did not believe it. Command beasts? You? Of course. I may be small, but Kirin is the king of all beasts. Why do I remember that the king of all beasts is a tiger? Ning Xuemo interrupted it. A tiger is nothing. Kirin's tone was obviously disdainful. It doesn't deserve to lick my fur. It is only the king of mountains and forests in the mortal world. Kirin is the king of all beasts, and I can understand all the beasts' language. Ning Xuemo's eyes lit up. That was a good skill. She yawned lazily. Your skills are only useful when you get out of here. They are useless in this stone spirit's stomach. There are no beasts here, and no withered trees waiting for you to nourish them. She suddenly thought of something. There is no food here. How do you survive? Kirin was stunned. It looked at the ginseng fruit tree outside. I eat its leaves. Kirin is a herbivore? Ning Xuemo was surprised. She looked at the fruit on the tree again. Why don't you eat the fruit? It doesn't give me any. Kirin sounded a little indignant. I gave it so much water, but it refused to give me a single fruit. It turns out that you and the ginseng fruit tree are helping each other. Ning Xuemo suddenly realized and changed the topic. It turns out that you are the accomplice of this stupid fruit tree. No, of course not. I didn't do anything for it. I just watered it. It only gave me 1 leaf a day. It's so stingy. Kirin shook his hand. Then why don't you pick it yourself? Aren't you here to look for fruits? I stole it. Kirin's voice grew softer. I was hung on a tree for 10 days. It turned out that Kirin had also suffered greatly from this demonic tree. It was probably because it saw that the demonic tree was somewhat useful. Otherwise, Kirin might have become its fertilizer. The ginseng fruit is an immortal fruit, so its leaves must be treasures as well. It must be very useful for you to eat it. It will be beneficial to your cultivation. Ning Xuemo comforted him. It's useless. It's completely useless. Its leaves can barely fill my stomach. They can't increase my immortal power at all. I've been here for 1,000 years, but my cultivation hasn't increased. Instead, it has regressed. Kiran was very resentful when he said this. So it was like this. The ginseng fruit wasn't as amazing as the rumors said. Ning Xuema felt that her worldview had been refreshed. Perhaps its essence is concentrated in the fruit, so everything else is trash. Ning Xuema deduced that poor Kiran had actually eaten trash for 1,000 years. The fruit doesn't have any essence. Jiao Zun's voice came from the cave. Chapter 230. The fruit doesn't have any essence either. Jiao Zun's voice came from the cave. A white shadow flashed as he stepped in, tossing a pair of shoes to Ning Xuema's feet. Put them on. The shoes were green and the style was ordinary. They didn't look like something Jiao Zun could bring out. Although Ning Xuema wasn't too satisfied with this pair of shoes, it was still better than nothing. When she wore them on her feet, the size was just right, as if they were made according to her measurements. They fit her perfectly and were comfortable to wear. Ning Xuema felt like she was stepping on soft grass when she wore them. Jiao Zun, where did you get these shoes from? Ning Xuema walked a few steps on the ground. The more she walked, the more comfortable she felt. They were several times more comfortable than the brocade shoes she used to wear. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Jiao Zun didn't answer her question, turning to walk out of the cave. Ning Xuema followed him out. You found the way out? More or less. Ning Xuema's eyes brightened. She asked excitedly, where is the exit? Kiran, who was following behind them, also opened his eyes wide, staring at Jiao Zun. He had been trapped here for so long and had already gone through all the nooks and crannies here. He hadn't even found a hole as big as a mouse hole, much less one that led to the exit. Other than the tunnel they came from and this large empty space, there was no other space inside the stone spirit. There was no exit at the end of the tunnel they had fallen into. In these 1,000 years, Kiran had gone through these places more than 1,000 times. This stone spirit was like a mythical beast that only allowed entry and not exit. Jiao Zun's gaze fell on Kiran. Little Qilan's height was obviously taller than him by half a head, but its imposing manner was completely suppressed by him. Jiao Zun's gaze was as cold as ice, causing Kiran to shiver. He couldn't help but shrink back and hide behind Ning Xuema. His small hand grabbed onto her clothes, not daring to show his face. Come out. Jiao Zun frowned slightly. This was obviously directed at Kiran. Kiran trembled again. She timidly peeked out half of her face from behind Ning Xuema. What are you doing? Since you're a divine beast, you should act like one. Why are you acting so cowardly? Come out, stand up straight and speak. Jiao Zun reprimanded the moment he opened his mouth, his aura growing stronger. Kiran was really afraid of Ning Xuema. He really didn't want to come out, but he didn't dare not to. However, he was only 2 feet away from Ning Xuema. He even held the corner of Ning Xuema's clothes in his little hand, like a frightened child holding his mother's hand. What on earth do you want? You want to go out with us? Kiran nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. 10 years. Jiao Zun spat out the 2 words slowly. Huh? Kiran's eyes widened in confusion. Listen to my orders for 10 years. If you agree, I will bring you out. In other words, Kiran had to be his summoned beast for 10 years. 10 years later, he would regain his freedom. Kiran's little blue face flushed red. We Kirans are divine beasts. We won't listen to any human. You're ambitious. Jiao Zun praised him lightly. Then you can continue eating leaves here. He tugged at Ning Xuema's hand. Let's go. The 2 of them strode forward. Kiran was stunned for a moment before she pursed her lips and followed closely behind Ning Xuema. She had obviously made up her mind to follow them out. Ning Xuema was holding a strong little bean in her left hand, while a blue-skinned little bean was following behind her. Looking at herself, she found it rather funny. Chapter 231. The two in front of her were obviously much older than her, but she looked the most like an adult, like a big sister taking her two younger brothers out for a stroll. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when Jiuzun suddenly waved his sleeve behind him. A pale yellow light flashed and Kiran's legs seemed to have been tied up in an instant, unable to move at all. He was shocked as he watched the two walk further and further away. He couldn't help but panic. "Hey, you can't trick me." There was already a sob in his voice. He didn't want to stay here alone anymore. He wanted to get out. "After we get out, your bindings will be released." Jiuzun didn't even turn back. Kiran was really panicking now. He had the mentality of a child and couldn't help but cry. "You bully me, woo woo woo." His cries were very loud, almost heart-wrenching, making one's heart ache when they heard it. Ning Xuema wasn't a soft-hearted person, but when she heard the child's cries, she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Her pity for the little divine beast grew even stronger. She was about to open her mouth when Jiuzun gripped her hand tightly. He then indifferently said, "Crying is a coward's behavior. It won't solve anything." Seeing the two walk further and further away, Kiran finally relented. I promise you. Bring me out." Following his words, the strange bindings on his legs were finally released. He ran to catch up to the two, grabbing onto Ning Xuema's clothes as if he was afraid of being abandoned. He tried to bargain with Jiuzun timidly. I'll listen to her, okay?" Jiuzun was speechless. His face stiffened. "Your personality isn't suitable to follow her. She can't train you." Hey! Ning Xuema crossed her arms and looked at Jiuzun with a half-smile. "How do you know I can't train him? Even a Tibetan Mastiff would be tamed in Jin's hands." She used to have 2 Tibetan Mastiffs in her little villa. They were fierce and wild to outsiders, but they were like big cats in front of her. "I will listen to this little sister's words. I will protect her." The little Qilin also promptly responded. "It's settled then. Let him stay by my side." Ning Xuema held Kiran's little green hand and said in a firm tone. Jiuzun raised his head to look at her. "Are you sure you can train it? You know the Qilin's habits? Are you sure you won't train him into an obedient cat? His habits can be slowly grasped. I will train him into a real divine beast." Ning Xuema proudly raised her head, full of confidence. Jiuzun pondered for a moment before agreeing readily. "All right, but this venerable one has 2 conditions." With a wave of his sleeve, Kiran returned to its original form. "First, it can follow you, but it can't be in its human form. It can only be in its beast form." Kiran, Ning Xuema raised her head and stroked its head. "It's okay. Actually, you look better in your beast form. Your human form is not good." Kiran could only compromise now, not daring to say anything else. A beast form was a beast form. It was fine as long as it could leave this place. At most, it could just change back after leaving. What about the second condition? Ning Xuema looked at Jiuzun again. "We'll split up immediately after we leave this place. This venerable one will not protect you for another day." Jiuzun stated his final condition. Ning Xuema's heart sank. Even if they left this time, they would be near the 9th peak. At most, it would be the 8th peak. With her martial arts, she probably wouldn't be able to make it out. Moreover, she had to bring Kiran, this cowardly crybaby, with her. Chapter 232. Furthermore, she had to bring along Kiran, the cowardly crybaby, with her. The future was bleak. She opened her mouth and was about to refuse when the little Qilin beside her hastily said, "Don't worry, the beasts in this mountain are all afraid of me. You don't need him to protect you, I can also send you out safely. Little sister, let me follow you." Ning Xuema's eyes brightened. She had forgotten that Kiran was the king of beasts. Since that was the case, what was there for her to be afraid of? She agreed readily, "All right, your previous promise is void. We'll split up once we get out. You go your own way and I'll go mine. Jiao Zun was speechless. This little girl didn't seem to have any feelings for him. After everything was decided, Ning Shuama and Kiran established a 10-year contract under Jiao Zun's supervision. The contract was unfair. Kiran had to follow Ning Shuama for the next 10 years to ensure her safety. If Ning Shuama were to die in these 10 years, Kiran would die as well. If Kiran were to die first, Ning Shuama would be fine. Kiran was dissatisfied with such a perverse contract, but under Jiao Zun's pressure, he didn't even have the strength to refute. It was somewhat worried as it looked at Ning Shuama. This human's strength was too weak. She belonged to the type that could die at any time. Its future was bleak. If he had known this would happen, he would have established a contract with Jiao Zun. Although he was shorter than him, he was quite capable and wouldn't die so easily. He regretted it a little. Ning Shuama was intelligent and immediately saw the little Qilin's regret. She raised her head and looked at it with a smile that wasn't a smile. I won't force any person or beast to stay by my side. It's not too late for you to regret. You can form a contract with him. He'll treat you well and won't let you lead the way when we're on an adventure. Kiran shuddered. With Jiao Zun's strict personality, he would definitely let him lead the way if they were on an adventure. His abilities were high, and the places he went to would be extremely dangerous. However, this little girl's abilities were average, so she definitely didn't like to take risks. It would be safer to follow her. It immediately used its little claws to grab onto Ning Shuama's clothes and said firmly, "No, little apple will follow you." Then it completed the contract with Ning Shuama. Ning Shuama didn't know that the Kiran actually had a name until now. What? Little apple? Who gave it such a trendy name? It was very modern. Who gave you this name? Ning Shuama asked excitedly. It's said to be my mother. Reportedly. You haven't seen your mother? Kiran shook his head. No. My parents passed away not long after I was born. So she was an orphan. Poor child. Ah, no, poor Kiran. It seemed that mythological beasts were also quite trendy. Maybe it was because it looked like a green apple that its mother was inspired to give her son a nickname. Then how old are you now? Ning Shuama looked at its pony-like body, instinctively feeling that it was still a young Kiran. Not old. Counting the 1,000 years I've been here, I'm only about 2,000 years old. Ning Shuama's lips twitched. A 2,000-year-old Kiran was still a young child. Indeed, the age of a mythological beast couldn't be compared to that of a human. The human and beast chatted as they followed Jiao Zun around the ginseng fruit tree. Jiao Zun walked slowly, tossing 1 or 2 stalks of grass on the ground from time to time, as if he was doing it on purpose. It looked like he was just tossing them around for fun. Chapter 233. This grass was also the kind of grass that grew in the surroundings. It had emerald green leaves that were about a foot tall, growing here and there in clusters. There was nothing special about it. Ning Shuama looked at the grass that he had tossed aside, and her heart skipped a beat. She knew formations and could already tell that he hadn't tossed the grass around casually. It seemed like he was setting up a formation without anyone noticing. At this moment, Ning Shuama and he were on the same boat, so she naturally wouldn't expose him. Wasn't it just them and this Kiran here? Who was he trying to deal with by scheming so much? Her gaze landed on the huge ginseng fruit tree. Was he going to deal with it? She looked at the grass in his hands again and suddenly felt that it looked familiar. She lowered her head to look at her shoes and suddenly realized that her shoes were woven from this grass. These grass-woven shoes were so comfortable to wear. She was going to bring some out and weave a few pairs for herself when she returned. This trip wouldn't have been in vain. She squatted down to pull out the grass. Don't move. Jiao Zun suddenly shouted. Ning Shuama's hand paused as she touched a blade of grass. This grass looked incomparably soft, but it was actually jagged. With a hiss, a bloody wound appeared on her fair finger. Fresh blood dripped down, and the wound burned with pain. She subconsciously held her injured hand with her other hand, and when she looked at the grass again, her eyes widened. When her blood dripped onto the grass, it actually quickly seeped into it, as if the grass was absorbing it like food. These grasses actually drank blood too. Ning Xiuma's finger was still in pain as blood seeped out from between her fingers. In just a short moment, her other hand was actually dyed red. The amount of blood lost was obviously not small. It was only a small cut, so how could there be so much blood? Could it be that the grass was poisonous and destroyed the blood-clotting cells? When Ning Xiuma came to the mountains, she had naturally brought all sorts of emergency medicine with her. There were ointments for bruises and even medicine to stop the bleeding. Although her clothes had been disposed of like trash by Jiao Zun after last night's adventure, it was a good thing that he had kept her ointment and tools and had returned them to her long ago. They were now nestled in her sleeves. However, both of her hands were covered in blood, so she couldn't reach out to take it. She half-squatted in front of Jiao Zun and said, "Come, give me some medicine." She had medicine that specialized in repairing blood-clotting cells, so it was definitely top-notch at stopping bleeding. Jiao Zun paused for a moment. He rarely got injured, so he didn't usually carry any ointment with him. Seeing the blood flowing out of her hands so quickly, he used a healing technique but couldn't stop the blood flow. He could only reach into her sleeve to search for the ointment. His hand unavoidably touched her soft arm under her sleeve, and he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, he quickly took out all the bottles and jars from her sleeve and lined them up on the ground. "Which one?" Ning Xiuma pointed at the light red medicine bottle in the middle and said, "This one." Jiao Zun picked up the bottle and pulled away her hand that had been covering it, scattering all the powder in the bottle. "Hey, just a little will do." Jiao Zun's movements were too fast. Before she could finish her sentence, the bottle had already been emptied. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Her heart ached. It was difficult to refine this blood-clotting medicine in this era, and it wasn't easy to make it either. She had only managed to refine half a bottle in 3 days. Actually, just a little bit was enough, but now. Chapter 234. The medicine was indeed effective. Almost as soon as the powder was applied, the blood stopped flowing. Jiao Zun looked at the medicine bottle, then at the wound on her hand. He nodded. "This medicine is not bad. Where did you get it?" Ning Xiuma weakly replied, "It's just something I refined myself." "You know how to refine medicine?" He thought that she was only slightly more skilled in medicine. He had seen her treat the wound with his own eyes. Her technique was very nimble. "Of course," Ning Xiuma replied. She looked at the sharp grass on the ground, then at her shoes. "My shoes are also made of this grass. Why don't they cut my feet? This sovereign has taken care of those." Jiao Zun glanced at her feet. "Otherwise, your feet would have been cut 17 or 18 times already." So her shoes were really made by Jiao Zun himself. She didn't expect this little fellow to have such an ability. He had such a high status, but she didn't expect him to know how to roast game and weave grass shoes. This was really out of her expectations. She couldn't help but look at Jiao Zun a few more times. Jiao Zun seemed to have understood her thoughts. He stood up and said, "Your shoes are made of magic. Don't think too much about it." She also liked shoes made of magic. As long as they didn't turn into a pile of grass midway, Ning Xiuma didn't care about this. It wasn't convenient for her to bandage it with one hand, so she put her finger in front of Jiao Zun. "Come, help me bandage it." She was used to ordering her subordinates around in her previous life, so it was easy for her to order Jiao Zun around now. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her tone at all. Jiao Zun looked at her again. He felt that he was spoiling this little girl too much, so he ignored her and walked away. Little Apple volunteered and stepped forward. "Little Jijia, let me do it." It rolled on the ground, wanting to take the opportunity to return to its human form. However, it didn't expect that after rolling twice, it was still in its Qilin form. What was going on? The little Qilin blinked its eyes and turned its head left and right to look at its own body with a puzzled expression. "No need to look. This sovereign has cast a spell on your body. You can't return to your human form for the next 10 years. Jiao Zun's words hit Kiran like a hammer. Why? Kiran was so angry that he stuttered. With your power, forcefully transforming into a human will only consume your cultivation. Besides, did you think that I was joking with you? How can you do this? I want to become a human. Kiran's eyes were brimming with tears again. Jiao Zun's right hand formed a seal as he looked at it indifferently. Keep your tears back. Didn't your elders teach you that a man can bleed but not cry? Kiran was stunned, as if his sore spot had been poked. No one taught me anything. They all looked down on me, calling me a wild child, calling me a bastard. As it spoke, its voice choked with sobs. They all said that I was the jinx of the Kiran clan, refusing to care about me and even chasing me out. Ning Xuema didn't expect that Kiran would have such a sad history. It seemed that the world of mythological beasts was the same as the world of humans. There were all kinds of unfair treatment. She raised her hand and patted its head. Don't be sad. From now on, no one will bully you. It was the first beast pet she had taken in this world. Their lives were connected, so she would take care of it. Jiao Zun didn't think much of it, his tone still cold. Natural selection. If you want others to change their attitude towards you, you have to be strong and speak with your own strength. Chapter 235. Little Apple clenched its tiny claws. I want to be strong. That's why I've been searching for the ginseng fruit so that I can show them what I'm made of. You need to work hard to become strong. It's not about being opportunistic. With your talent, if you'd cultivated for 2,000 years, you'd already be one of the strongest in your tribe and not look like this now. The 9 Supremes were merciless once he started lecturing someone. His words made Kiran so embarrassed that he could not say anything else. Ning Xuema was moved. Although the 9 Supremes did not speak much, he was very good at educating people. She patted Kiran's head. Little Apple, you're a male beast. You should at least act like a man. You have to earn the respect of others with your own abilities. Crying will only make others look down on you. After a pause, she continued, I see that you look very good now. Why do you have to transform into a human? Little Apple lowered its head. The children of my tribe can transform into a human at 1,000 years old. They all have someone to teach them. I don't have anyone to teach me, but I don't want to be worse than others. Then, all the humans in your tribe who transform into humans have skin like this? Little Apple lowered its head even more. They become more like humans. Their skin is like yours and they don't have horns on their heads. Ning Xuema understood then. Little Apple's experience was actually a little like Naruto in Naruto. His parents were both dead and Naruto was treated as a monster wherever he went while Little Apple was treated as a jinx wherever he went. They both yearned to become stronger, to integrate into their tribe and be recognized by their people. It was just that they had used the wrong method. No wonder this little fellow was so sensitive and fragile. This was how it grew up. I believe in you. You'll become one of the strongest in your tribe one day. They'll be proud of you. But you have to work hard to cultivate. Ning Xuema patted its head again. Little Apple's eyes shone. It yearned to be recognized by others too much. I'll work hard. The tears in its eyes were gone, replaced by determination. It finally raised its head again. Ning Xuema was pleased. Kiran was just like a child, sensitive and fragile. Too much criticism would make her feel inferior, so a few words of praise were quite effective. It turned out that she also had the talent to educate children, ha ha ha. Her ability to educate people isn't inferior to a certain venerable one's. Ning Xuema glanced at Jiao Zun proudly. Sister, it's okay if I can't turn into a human, but I won't be able to bandage your wounds like this. Little Apple was still a little regretful. Suddenly, he had an idea. Why don't I lick it for you? Qilin's saliva also has a healing effect. That's right. A piece of Qilin tablet was enough to completely heal the skin on her legs. If it licked her legs, she might be able to heal them immediately, without even leaving a scar. Ning Xuema immediately put the injured finger in front of its mouth. Come, lick it. Her small hands were white and tender. Although there were some calluses on her palms, the shape of her hands was very beautiful. Her 10 fingers were like spring onions and as slender as fine jade. Faced with such a beautiful hand, Little Apple, who had always looked down on humans, no longer hesitated. It immediately stuck out its tongue to lick her injured finger. Before its tongue could touch her skin, the person in front of it suddenly staggered and avoided its tongue. It raised its head in surprise and saw Ning Xuema already standing in front of Jiuzun. Chapter 236. It lifted its head in surprise to see Ning Xuema standing in front of Jiuzun. Jiuzun held her wrist with his left hand and glanced at her wound. His right hand was enveloped in a faint green glow that enveloped her entire finger. After a while, her wound showed signs of healing. After a while, there was only a faint scar left. Jiuzun believed that this scar would disappear soon as well. Ning Xuema was pulled over involuntarily. She had wanted to throw a tantrum, but she kept her mouth shut when she saw how Jiuzun was treating her wound. She lowered her head to look at him. His long eyelashes were lowered and he was still expressionless, but he was very serious about what he was doing. Her heart skipped a beat and she suddenly felt like kissing him again. She took a deep breath and suppressed this strange thought, reminding herself that this child in front of her was not a child. After treating her wound, she thanked him casually and had Kiran spray some water to wash her hands before following Jiuzun to continue circling the ginseng tree, as if taking a stroll. The two of them walked leisurely, but Kiran could not hold it in after following them for 2 rounds. Where is the exit? Why were they circling here? Shut up. Jiuzun threw out the word stiffly. The little Qilin choked and snorted in dissatisfaction. A voice that sounded like both a man and a woman rang in its head again. Stupid thing, you've been tricked by these 2 lowly humans. Kiran was not unfamiliar with this voice. It had heard it often in the past 1,000 years. It belonged to this ginseng tree, and it often used this voice to order it to do this and that. Kiran needed to eat its leaves to survive, so it did not dare to disobey it. However, it was already extremely disgusted with it. Their language was communicated directly in their minds, so outsiders could not hear them at all. I wasn't tricked. They'll bring me out. I don't want to eat your leaves anymore. Kiran retorted in its heart. It knew that the ginseng tree could hear it. You can't leave. You've been searching here for 1,000 years, haven't you? You can only enter and not leave. Stay here obediently and I can give you 3 leaves every day. They said there's a way. I don't want to eat your leaves anymore. They're so bitter. Listen to me and work with me to deal with them. After they become my fertilizer, I can give you a fruit. Haven't you always wanted one of my fruits? This condition was too tempting. Kiran couldn't help but look up at the ginseng fruits on the tree. The ginseng fruits swayed gently among the leaves, emitting a tempting fragrance. Kiran noticed that the facial features on the fruits had become softer, as if they were smiling and waving at him. Kiran swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It had been yearning for this ginseng fruit for too long. Didn't it go through so much risk and get locked up for 1,000 years just for this? It still had some reservations about what it said to Ning Xuema. In fact, it had tried to pluck the fruit more than once. It had tried all kinds of methods and had been punished by the ginseng fruit tree countless times. It had been hung upside down, whipped, starved, and even swallowed by the tree once. Although it had only eaten a small part of the ginseng fruit tree, it had still caused a knife-like pain for a long, long time. Now, the opportunity that it had been longing for was right in front of it. Should it seize it? Apparently, its hesitation was also sensed by the fruit tree. It immediately continued to tempt it, and then changed it into a threat. If you insist on going with them, I won't give you any more leaves to eat. Chapter 237. If you insist on following them, I will not give you any more leaves to eat. I will starve you to death and you will become my fertilizer. The little Qilin shuddered, and the voice of the ginseng fruit tree continued to resound in its mind. I want to let you go because you have accompanied me here for 1,000 years. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Kiran suddenly became angry. No, no. You want me to stay because you need me to give you water and nutrients. I remember when I first came in, you were only the size of a small pine tree. The leaves were as long as needles, and you only had 2 fruits, which were smaller than a baby's fist. The voice in his head was silent for a moment. Suddenly, it sneered, so what? I can still live without you, but you can't live for more than a month without my help. I will only give you a quarter of an hour to think. If you don't make a decision, I will deal with you as well and let you die together. Kiran was silent for a moment. What do you want to do? Was it wavering? The voice of the ginseng fruit tree was obviously happy. Listen to me. There will be a few red fruits in the northeast corner behind me. Give them the fruits and tell them that you have eaten them sometimes. Are the fruits poisonous? You don't have to worry about that. You just need to do what I say and give them the fruits. Kiran was silent for a moment again. Aren't you very capable? You can carry me around with your roots. Why don't you use the same method to deal with them? Why poison them? Humph, what do you know? That kid is not easy to deal with. He hurt me with his palm. The ginseng fruit tree said with resentment. It seemed to know that it had let it slip, so it became impatient again. You don't have to worry about that. Just do as I say. I will give you a fruit after you succeed. Isn't that red fruit of yours very poisonous? Can it kill them directly? Humph, of course. It is the most poisonous fruit in the world. They will die immediately if they take a bite. Don't worry, before I kill them, I will use a spell to cancel the 10-year contract between you and that human. I won't let you get hurt. No. I won't let you hurt that little sister. She's a good person. Kiran suddenly retorted, I won't help you. You're a bad guy. The ginseng fruit tree was speechless. It sneered and said, how dare you talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? Kiran stepped back again. No matter what, I won't help you anymore. I won't let you hurt these 2 people. I don't want your fruits, I want to cultivate on my own. The ginseng fruit tree still wanted to say something, but it suddenly heard Jiao Zun's cold mocking voice. Little apple, at least you're not stupid. Come here. This voice had suddenly appeared in Kiran's mind, causing it to tremble in fright as it looked towards Jiao Zun. Jiao Zun and Ning Xuema had already returned to the original tunnel entrance. Kiran was busy negotiating with the ginseng fruit tree, so she didn't realize that she had actually fallen behind. It paused for a moment, then hurriedly ran over, looking at Jiao Zun with wide eyes. You can hear my conversation with it? Jiao Zun was disdainful. Nonsense. Kiran was about to break out in a cold sweat. I didn't listen to it. I didn't want to hurt you guys. If you had listened to it, do you think you would still be alive now? Jiao Zun's voice was cold. Kiran didn't dare to speak anymore. It looked at Jiao Zun in fear. Who was this Jiao Zun? How could he be so strong? Chapter 238. To show its loyalty, Kiran spoke again, I'm very loyal to my sister. Look, it tried to tempt me with a ginseng fruit, but I didn't waver. Call her master from now on. Jiao Zun corrected it and looked outside, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Do you really think it's a ginseng fruit? Even Ning Xuema was stunned by his words. Kiran's eyes widened. It's not a ginseng fruit. But it looks so similar to the legends. This is a ghost face fruit. Eating a ginseng fruit can prolong one's life and increase one's cultivation. The ghost face fruit only looks like a ginseng fruit, but it has no other effects. Jiao Zun revealed the true origin of the ginseng fruit tree. Kiran was stunned. It had been guarding this place for 1,000 years just for a ghost face fruit. What was even more infuriating was that this stupid tree didn't even let it eat this useless fruit. To think it treated it so well, watering it 3 days and pulling the weeds 2 days. Although Ning Xuema didn't hear the conversation between Kiran and the ghost face fruit tree, she could guess the gist of the situation from Jiao Zun's conversation with it. She rubbed Kiran's head. Poor baby, you've been tricked by this stupid tree. Do you want revenge? Yes. Kiran's voice was very loud this time. Good. Ning Shuama stood up with a flick of her finger. Then let's suck all the water from this tree. Suck it dry. Kiran was speechless. It was hesitant because it had used this method before when it threatened the tree to give it a fruit. It wanted to suck all the water from the tree, but it had to get close to the tree to do it. It couldn't be more than 5 feet away from the tree, and these 5 meters were within the attack range of the tree's roots. It had been caught by the tree's roots before it could even cast the spell, and had been whipped half to death. It told Ning Shuama about its misgivings. Ning Shuama smiled. Don't be afraid this time. The 9 Supremes have already set up a fire sealing formation around this broken tree. When the formation is activated, this ghost tree won't be able to attack you at all. Kiran's eyes brightened as he looked at Jiuzun. Really? Jiuzun glanced at Ning Shuama. He hadn't explained the formation to Ning Shuama when he was setting it up, but he hadn't expected her to see through it. Since everything had been set up, there was no time to lose. Jiuzun drew a talisman in the air with his finger and flicked it at the tree. With a loud bang, a wall of fire suddenly rose around the ghost face fruit tree. For Kiran, everything that happened after that was an incomparably comfortable moment. Under the cover of the wall of fire, the roots of the ghost face tree were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the wall of fire, but no matter what, they were unable to attack the outside of the wall of fire. Kiran, on the other hand, was squatting 10 meters away from the ghost-faced fruit tree, desperately extracting water and nutrients from it. It was very fast. In less than 2 hours, all the leaves on the ghost-faced fruit tree had been sucked dry. Even the alluring fruit had fallen to the ground. During this time, the ghost-faced fruit tree had struggled, begged for mercy, threatened, and even said that it was willing to tell them the real location of the ginseng fruit tree. Its voice was so pitiful that even an evil person wouldn't be able to bear to hear it. However, Jiuzun and Ning Shuama were unmoved. They sat at the entrance of the tunnel, watching as the fruit tree slowly withered and weakened. In the end, the ghost-faced fruit tree that had lost all its water disappeared in the fire, turning into ashes. When the tree was begging for mercy, Ning Shuama couldn't help but glance at Jiuzun beside her. Chapter 239. He pursed his lips slightly as he sat there, his fingers casually forming seals. The firelight reflected in his deep blue eyes, flickering bit by bit, but the bottom of his eyes was still ice cold. When the fire finally extinguished, Jiuzun slowly stood up. Let's go. Ning Shuama smiled lightly. All right. She led the way towards the tree. Kiran quickly jumped up and followed beside her. The tree has been burned to ashes. There's no need to look anymore. Finding the exit is more important. Ning Shuama patted its head again. The exit is right under the tree, stupid apple. Kiran was stunned. It looked towards that area and saw a big black hole. The inside of the hole was burnt and white smoke was still rising. It couldn't see what was at the bottom of the hole. Jiuzun looked at Ning Shuama again. This little girl was terrifyingly smart. For every step he took, she could guess 10 steps he would take. She could see through it with just a little bit. The big hole with the tree roots was indeed a passage to the outside. After Kiran used water to extinguish the fire, it jumped down with Ning Shuama and Jiuzun. The sky was blue like glass. The clouds were white like floating cotton. The 2 humans and 1 beast jumped out of the big hole and landed on a mountain ridge. There were jagged rocks of all shapes and sizes all around, covering the entire mountaintop. In the distance, there was a lush primeval forest. Ning Shuama took in a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. How nice. It felt so good to be able to escape. It felt so good to be able to breathe in the fresh air outside again. Kiran was also excited as it jumped happily on the mountain ridge. It had yearned for the sunlight outside for a long time. It had been so long. Little apple, where are we? Ning Shuama grabbed its horn and asked. Little apple blinked its big eyes and looked here and there. Finally, it was a little embarrassed. I don't know, you don't know? Didn't you say you've passed through all the mountains here? That was more than 1,000 years ago. Many mountains have changed in appearance. This is the first time I've seen this place. Ning Shuama then turned to ask Jiuzun, Jiuzun, do you know which peak this is? 8th summit, Rubble Slope. Jiuzun spat out these words and turned to leave. 9th Supremes, where are you going? Little Apple subconsciously blocked his path. Jiuzun glanced at it and didn't answer its question. His sleeves fluttered as he walked towards the south. He was really straightforward. After saying that he wanted to break up, they went their separate ways. As expected, he didn't delay for even a moment. He didn't even say goodbye. Ning Shuama's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked at his back for a moment and smiled. Little Apple, come back. The 9 Supremes has his own place to go, let's go together. Little Apple could only walk back. It returned to Ning Shuama's side and rubbed against the corner of her clothes. It was actually very afraid of Jiuzun, but after this series of adventures, it had become a little dependent on him. It felt that the three of them should adventure together and not go their separate ways. It watched as Jiuzun's small body quickly disappeared into the forest. It then turned to ask Ning Shuama, where are we going now? All the beasts in this mountain are afraid of you, aren't they? Ning Shuama wanted to confirm it again. Of course. I said I'm the king of beasts. Little Apple puffed out its chest. Ning Shuama yawned. That's great. She raised her head to look at the sky. It was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The sun slid to the west and hung there. The sun's rays warmed one's body. Little Apple, guard me. I'll take a light nap here first. Chapter 240. Ning Shuama found a big rock and lay down. She closed her eyes. She was too tired. Since the adventure started yesterday, she had been risking her life in all kinds of dangerous situations. She hadn't had a good night's sleep. It was sunny here, and she had the king of all beasts by her side. She could finally relax. Once she relaxed, she realized that her joints were sore and painful, as if they were about to fall apart. She really wanted to rest. She just wanted to take a nap. Just a nap, even if it was only for half an hour. She fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Ning Shuama had the deepest understanding of this sentence when she was with Little Apple. She had asked this little fellow to guard her for an hour, but this little fellow actually got bored and ran into the forest to hunt after guarding her for a while. He left her here alone without any cover and slept until the sky turned dark. Although the 8th peak was not as perverted as the 9th peak, it was still dangerous enough. Ning Shuama had only rested here for a short while, and a magical beast rushed over after following her scent. A sleeping Ning Shuama was naturally a delicious meal in the eyes of the magical beast. The 8th peak was also a place where humans were rarely seen. Thus, this magical beast was like this. It was the first time it saw a human, so it was more cautious about the unknown. It walked over step by step quietly. Its movements were lighter than a cat's, and its fangs were sharper than a tiger's. Seeing that it was approaching the big rock where Ning Shuama was sleeping, it slowed down. After looking at Ning Shuama for a moment, its mane slowly stood up. It bent its body and tensed its hind legs. This was a posture that indicated that it was about to attack. There was a rustling sound around. The magical beast jumped up and pounced on Ning Shuama at lightning speed. After all, Ning Shuama had been a secret agent before, so she was very alert. Even if she was sleeping, her special ability to sense danger was also very strong. It was this keen sixth sense that saved her life at such a critical moment. When the magical beast flew towards her, her intuition as a special agent made her body react before her brain. Her body suddenly rolled backwards like lightning. He narrowly avoided the big mouth of the magical beast and fell to the ground. Almost out of instinct, she rolled 18 times on the ground before jumping up. She finally saw the face of the bastard who attacked her while she was sleeping. Then, he cursed in his heart. She remembered that she had vaguely seen a cartoon where the main character could have the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a leopard, and the strength of a bear when fighting. Now, she finally saw the real-life version. There was a magical beast 10 meters away from her. It had eagle eyes, the head of a wolf, the body of a leopard, the tail of a tiger, and most importantly, a pair of eagle wings. The worst part was that it was even bigger than a grizzly bear. He stood there like a small mountain, his ferocious aura causing the surrounding temperature to drop by quite a bit. When a human and a beast met on a narrow path, there was no need for any nonsense. After the magical beast missed its first attack, it immediately began its second wave of attack. Ning Xuema did not even have time to think about anything and began to fight with it with all her might. This was the 8th Peak's magical beast. Even the martial arts genius Ji Yunhuang was surrounded by dangers when he came here. He almost lost his life, not to mention Ning Xuema, a psychokinesis trash who couldn't even be considered half a bottle of vinegar. Chapter 241. She had only fought with this magical beast for a short while, but she had already met with danger several times. If it wasn't for her nimble movements and the fact that she had these big rocks as cover, she would have already become food in this magical beast's stomach. Although this magical beast's body was huge, its movements were more nimble and faster than a civet cat. Adding on the fact that it had wings, its body could turn in a circle as it wished. Therefore, Ning Xuema had a hard time dodging its claws. There were a few times when she flew past its claws, and her clothes were almost caught by its claws. One person and one beast were like a whirlwind circling around the rocks. From time to time, a big rock would be smashed into the air by this magical beast, and then fall to the ground. The momentum was astonishing, and the scene was frightening. Little apple. Little apple. Ning Xuema was dodging with all her might, and at the same time, she was calling out to that unruly Kirin. When she first woke up and saw this magical beast, she thought that Kirin had been eaten by this magical beast, but after sensing it, she knew that she was wrong. She had established a blood contract with Kirin, so she could sense whether it was alive or not. She could even sense its mood at this moment, and it seemed to be very happy. This little bastard. She didn't need to guess to know that it should have gone to have fun. Roar. Suddenly, a clear and long whistle came from afar. The whistle was long and clear, as if it came from the sky. That magical beast that was crazily attacking Ning Xuema heard this whistle, and its body suddenly trembled. It stopped in its tracks and looked in the direction where the whistle came from. Suddenly, its tail clamped, and it no longer cared about attacking Ning Xuema. It turned around and ran away. Roar. Another long whistle came. This time, the whistle took a few turns, and there was a faint sense of threat. That magical beast's feet stopped, and its body trembled like a sieve. It was obvious that it was extremely scared, but it didn't dare to run away. Ning Xuema's heart moved, and she also looked in the direction where the whistle came from. From the depths of the forest, a blue figure was like lightning, and it was flying towards this direction. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to this pile of rocks. Little apple. This guy is finally back. The moment Kirin saw Ning Xuema, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes quickly turned to the magical beast, and he walked over step by step. The magical beast's body trembled in fear. It seemed to want to retreat, but its legs were weak and it couldn't retreat at all. Kirin's body was obviously much smaller than it, but it was like a mouse that had seen a cat. All it could do was tremble. Kirin didn't hesitate. He raised his head and roared. His body flew up like he was stepping on clouds. He landed on the magical beast and slammed his claw on the beast's head. The magical beast's head didn't seem to be damaged, but it fell down with a loud bang. Its 4 hooves kicked the ground, and then it stopped moving. Kirin's mouth was on its forehead, as if she was sucking something. She looked very pleased. Is it delicious? Ning Xuema sat down opposite it. Delicious. It's delicious. Kirin shook his head and replied subconsciously. Did you have fun? Very fun. I ran to 2 small mountains and caught 3 magical beasts. This kind of beast spirit is still the best. It's much better than those rotten leaves. Kiran was in high spirits. It seems that you are indeed the king of all beasts. You are quite capable, and you can protect yourself in this world. There's no need for you to follow me anymore. After we go down the mountain, let's part ways. Ning Xuema stood up. Kiran finally reacted. It quickly grabbed the corner of her clothes with its claw. Master, are you angry? Chapter 242. Ning Xuema glanced at it coldly, pulled the corner of her clothes, and turned to leave. She didn't want it anymore. Kiran panicked. It moved in front of her and said, Master, don't be angry. Little Apple knows it's wrong. Please don't abandon me. It had finally found someone who treated it well. Ning Xuema continued to ignore it, bypassing it and continuing to advance. Master, please forgive me. I really know it's my fault. I shouldn't have left you here alone. I won't do it again. Kiran was smart enough to know where it was wrong. Ning Xuema stopped and looked at it seriously. Little Apple, there are not many true friends in this world, and every one of them is worth cherishing. When I established the contract with you, I treated you as a friend. A friend's safety is your own safety. When a friend's life is in your hands, you should protect him at all costs. If I didn't react fast enough, would have died here, and you would have been implicated. Kiran lowered its head. I was wrong. This little guy was still a child. Because it lacked education, it didn't know what was right and what was wrong. Although Ning Xuema was the boss of the Secret Service, her subordinates had already become her subordinates. There were some things that she only needed to instruct them and didn't need to say anything else. She wasn't good at educating people, especially a child. Looking at Kiran, who was drooping its head, she felt a headache. She suppressed the anger in her heart and took the opportunity to educate it. You have to keep your promise. Since you made a promise, you have to keep your promise. As the saying goes, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Kiran stood in front of her obediently and listened to her lecture. From time to time, it rubbed its big head against the corner of her clothes. Even though Ning Xuema's anger was overflowing to the heavens, it was completely wiped away by him. She finally stopped talking and glanced at him. The little guy was really obedient now. It blinked its big eyes and looked at her. When she stopped talking, it seemed to want more. Master, what else? Ning Xuema was speechless. Little Apple, don't you hate me for scolding you like this? Kiran shook his head. No, I don't. I know you're only saying that for my own good. After all these years, I can't find anyone to say that to me. They all hate me. When he said the last sentence, his tone became gloomy. Ning Xuema wasn't a soft-hearted person. At this moment, looking at the little Qilin, her mood couldn't help but soften. She raised her hand and patted its head. Don't be sad. You have me in the future. The little Qilin fiercely nodded its big head and looked at her eagerly. Then, have you forgiven me? Don't make the same mistake again. Yes, I won't do it again. Kiran promised. Ning Xuema couldn't help but rub its head again. You really look like my mother. Kiran rubbed her hand. Ning Xuema. She was stunned. Including her age in her previous life, she was only 22 years old. Where did such a big Qilin come from? This little guy's nonsense was really shocking. Didn't you say that you've never seen your mother? Ning Xuema asked tentatively. Yes, I've never seen her. No, I've seen her before. But I was too young to remember. I don't remember what she looked like. There was some regret in the little Qilin's voice. Its pair of beautiful big eyes looked at Ning Xuema again. However, in my imagination, my mother should be as beautiful and magnanimous as you. You would scold me if I did something wrong and praise me if I did something right. Chapter 243. Ning Xuema couldn't help but sigh when she saw the yearning look on its face. How much does this Kiran lack of fatherly and motherly love? Some education was enough, so Ning Xuema didn't say anything more. Her stomach rumbled a few times. Kiran heard it and immediately said, "Master, are you hungry? Why don't we roast the demon tiger meat? Let's roast it and eat it to vent your anger." It turned around to look for the demon beast that had fallen to the ground. It turned around a big rock and suddenly exclaimed, this. What's going on?" Its voice was filled with shock. Ning Xuema's figure flashed and returned to the place where the demon beast was lying. She was stunned. In just a short while, the majestic and mighty demon tiger's flesh and blood had disappeared without a trace. There was only a skeleton left. "Little apple, are you sure you only sucked its beast spirit and not its flesh and blood?" "No, I only consume beast spirits. Its flesh and blood should be intact." Kiran started to walk around the skeleton, trying to find out the reason. Ning Xuema's expression changed slightly. Although she didn't know what was going on, she sensed a huge danger. "Don't bother about it, let's go quickly." She pulled Kiran's horn and signaled it to go quickly. Kiran was still unconvinced and wanted to find out the reason. "What kind of thing is taking advantage of me?" "Go quickly." Ning Xuema's voice became stern. She jumped onto a big rock and was about to fly forward. There was a loud rumbling sound under her feet, as if there was a sudden earthquake. Countless big rocks shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a huge black hole appeared on the ground. The little Qilin was standing there, and it was caught off guard. With a shriek, it fell straight into the hole. "Little apple." The big rock under Ning Xuema's feet also rolled forward a few times. Luckily, she was quick and flew away in time. Everything happened in an instant. Ning Xuema didn't have enough time to grab the little Qilin. She could only watch helplessly as it fell into the pitch-black hole that she couldn't see the bottom of. The earthquake hadn't stopped yet. Countless boulders were rolling towards the hole. "Master! Master!" Kiran's cries came faintly from the big hole. She was like a frightened child, helpless and miserable. "Don't abandon me." Ning Xuema's mind exploded as number 2's face flashed across her mind. She would never watch her companion die in front of her again. Even if it was just a Kiran. Almost without thinking, she jumped into the big hole as well. That hole was not as deep as she had imagined. Ning Xuema relied on the heavenly silkworm's entanglement to descend for about 20 to 30 meters before she finally stepped on solid ground. Above her, rocks continued to tumble down. The momentum was astonishing. Under such circumstances, she couldn't jump forward. Ning Xuema could only dodge the boulders while calling out Kiran's name. "Master!" Kiran flew over and knocked away a boulder that was flying towards Ning Xuema. It used its beak to drag her to a corner. "Are you okay?" Ning Xuema looked at it. Due to the increase in her inner strength, her eyesight had improved a lot. Although the big hole was dark, she could still see Kiran's appearance. "Master, I thought you had abandoned me." The little Qilin sobbed. "I thought I would be locked up in the darkness for countless years." It was clearly scared out of its wits as it leaned against Ning Xuema and slightly trembled. Chapter 244. I won't leave you behind." Ning Xuema sighed and promised, "Oh right, don't you know how to fly? Why didn't you jump up again? This place is strange. I can't use my telekinesis." Kiran's voice was a little panicked. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She secretly circulated the little telekinesis in her body and found that it was empty again. She couldn't sense even a trace of telekinesis. She circulated her inner energy again. Fortunately, her inner energy could still circulate as she wished. There was a horizontal passage on the side of the cave. Ning Xuema and Kiran were hiding in this passage. The entrance to the cave had been completely sealed by the large rock that had rolled in. It was impossible to go back the way they came, so they could only look for another exit. "Let's go. We'll find another exit." Ning Xuema sighed and walked forward. Ever since she came to Tianshu Mountain, it was as if she was fated to encounter all kinds of caves. After escaping one, she would encounter a second one. In the previous cave, she was accompanied by Jiuzun, who was small but had great abilities. Although she was nervous, she wasn't afraid. Now, she only had this crying Kirin by her side. Her future was uncertain. This cave wouldn't have appeared for no reason. It might have something to do with the unknown creature that sucked the demon tiger dry. Little apple, in here, you must listen to my commands. If I don't let you touch something, you absolutely cannot touch it. Ning Xuema instructed the little Qilin beside her. Yes. Kirin also knew that it had implicated its master again. It felt very guilty and didn't dare to raise its head. If you don't want to implicate your friends, think of a way to make yourself stronger. Become a real divine beast. Ning Xuema's voice was faint. Kirin's expression was too transparent. All its thoughts were written on its face. Ning Xuema naturally saw it clearly. Kirin raised its head and clenched its little paws on the ground. I want to become stronger. It told itself in its heart. It wanted to become a divine beast that could protect its master at all times, and not let its master protect it all the time. It took a few steps forward and rushed ahead. Master, I'll scout the way. My nose is very sensitive. Its nose was the most sensitive. If there was any danger ahead, it would be able to sense it in advance. Okay, I'll leave the scouting to you. Ning Xuema agreed readily. She had to train Kirin's sense of responsibility. Kirin seemed to have grown up a lot. He was still afraid, but fear could not solve any problems. He had to overcome his fear. This passageway was crooked and crooked, going up and down at times. It was not easy to walk. Fortunately, there were no other dangers. The man and the beast didn't encounter any attacks along the way. It was too peaceful for them to reach the end of the road. There was a tall jade door at the end. The jade was white marble with intricate patterns engraved on it, emitting a faint white light. Could this be the tomb of some noble? Ning Xuema looked at the door and pondered. She felt that the door looked like the door of a tomb. She recalled the terrain of the 8th summit. As she had just arrived at the 8th summit not long ago, she did not have the time to observe anything. She only vaguely felt that this place was a trap. It shouldn't be a good cave. Moreover, the 8th summit was so dangerous. It was not easy to build a tomb here. The craftsman who built the tomb had to have a high level of telekinesis to reach the 8th summit, therefore, the possibility of this place being a tomb was not high. Then, what was this door for? Master, should we break open this stone door? Chapter 245. Ning Xuema nodded. Of course we have to open it. But we can't knock into it. I'm afraid there's a trap. Wait a minute. Let me take a look. They had no other way out, so they had to open the jade door first. There was indeed a trap on the jade door. Fortunately, Ning Xuema was an expert when it came to traps. She touched and knocked on the jade door and pressed it with her finger from time to time. After a while, there was a rumbling sound, and the jade door automatically opened to both sides. Candlelight instantly flowed out. The moment the jade door opened, Ning Xuema pulled Kirin to hide in a corner. They stood in a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. They were guarding against any sneak attacks from inside. The moment she saw the candlelight, she was slightly stunned. How could there be candlelight in this place? She held her breath and waited for a moment. The candlelight was warm, and nothing scary jumped out. Only then did she try to enter the jade door with the little Qilin. However, after she saw everything inside, she was stunned. Inside the jade door was a hall. There were candlesticks on both sides of the hall. There was black grease in the candlesticks, and a wick was lying in the grease. Only a small part of the wick was burning with a faint yellow flame. Ning Xuema looked at the grease and knew that it was the legendary Sharkman's lamp that would not be extinguished for thousands of years. The decoration of the hall was very simple. There was no table or chair. There was only a cloud bed in the middle of the hall, and on the cloud bed was a translucent coffin. Ning Xuema couldn't help but sigh when she saw the coffin. It turned out that this was a tomb. However, the structure of this tomb was too simple. Even the tombs of landowning households were more complicated than this. Her gaze fell on the coffin, and her heart skipped a beat. A crystal coffin. She actually saw a priceless crystal coffin in such a simple tomb. The crystal coffin was also engraved with complicated patterns. The patterns were a little strange, like groups of yin and yang fishes intertwined together. Ning Xuema had never seen such patterns before. He could only faintly feel that this pattern had an ancient and mysterious aura. A chain as thick as a finger extended from each of the four corners of the coffin and the center of the coffin lid. The chains also seemed to be carved out of crystal. They were sparkling and translucent, and there were also patterns on them. The patterns were like small gourds, and they extended all the way to the top of the hull. At first glance, the chain seemed to be locking the lid of the coffin, but what could such a thin chain lock? Ning Xuema believed that even with her strength, she would be able to break the chain with just 2 fingers. So this is actually a decoration, right? Decorating the crystal coffin. Her gaze fell on the crystal coffin again. Through the translucent crystal coffin, one could see a person lying inside. It was a person with black hair and red clothes. The light in the hall came from 8 different directions and shone on the crystal coffin, making it look even more bizarre. It made it impossible to see the true face of the person inside the coffin. Kiran had become a lot more cautious after getting into trouble. It slowly moved closer and looked at the person inside the coffin. It exclaimed in surprise, "Is this person sealed inside alive?" The person inside the coffin raised both of his arms and placed his hands on the lid of the crystal coffin, as if he was trying to open the lid and sit up. However, it was obviously futile. This action was forever frozen in place, and no one knew how many years it had been frozen. When Ning Xuema first entered the passage outside, she could still feel an inexplicable murderous aura. However, after entering the hall, the murderous aura obviously disappeared. Chapter 246. This was clearly a cold underground tomb, but she actually felt a trace of inexplicable warmth in this hall. She slowly walked forward and carefully looked at the person in the coffin. Her heart skipped a beat. This time, she finally saw the face of the person in the coffin. It was a man. Moreover, it was an extremely handsome man. His skin was like jade, his eyebrows were like a painting, slanted to his temples, his eyes were closed, his eyelashes were curled, his nose was high, and his light red lips were slightly pursed. His lying posture was very peaceful, not like he was dead, but like he was sleeping soundly. It seemed that as long as he gently patted the coffin lid, he would be able to sit up and talk to someone. And beside him, there was a water blue guqin. The body of the guqin seemed to be made of jade. Under the reflection of the candlelight outside the coffin, it flashed with a wave-like luster. It also reflected the person in the coffin as if he was lying in water, his body rippling. Kiran's eyes lit up. Black wave guqin. This is the black wave guqin. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She had heard of this black wave guqin before. It was like the 8 great divine weapons in the myths and legends of her time. This black wave guqin was one of the 10 great divine weapons in the ancient legends of this era. Its effect was a bit like the Fushi guqin. It was said that it could be used to cultivate one's mind, but it could also be used as a weapon to kill people. When it was played normally, the sound was like the sound of nature, and birds and beasts could dance to the sound of the guqin. And once special skills were used, every note played would be a hidden weapon that could kill people. It could raise a mountain to the ground while talking and laughing. It was also said that if the person playing the guqin reached the peak, they could attract the water of the underworld, drown everything in the world, and turn the entire earth into a vast ocean. It was said that this black wave guqin was once a treasure of the immortal world. Later, it fell into the hands of the demon ancestor and became the tool that the demon ancestor used to destroy the world. Like many myths and legends, evil could not prevail over good. The demon ancestor who wanted to destroy the world was eliminated by the immortals, and the black wave guqin was also annihilated without a trace. Of course, these were all fragments of legends recorded in ancient books. Any legend would be greatly discounted, and most of them were exaggerated. So Ning Xuema always had the attitude of looking at these legends and did not believe them at all. He thought it was just a story written by some ancestor to fool the later generations. Just like those mythical characters in China's ancient legends, who would believe that these people really existed. He just didn't expect that the zither in the myths and legends would actually appear here. She looked at the guqin from top to bottom. This thing can attract the water of the netherworld when played? Bullshit. Perhaps there was some psychokinesis in the zither, and it could be used as a weapon to kill people. Thus, some people started to make it sound like a legend. However, since this zither was said to be so awesome, it must be a good treasure. She also happened to like playing the zither. If she could get this thing out and bring it back, it would be a worthwhile trip. He had narrowly escaped death in the Heavenly Book Mountain for so long, but he had yet to obtain anything good. What a waste. Kiran was also very happy. It was regretting that it had caused its master to fall into this place. Now that it saw this treasure, it immediately became excited and urged, "Master, you have to find a way to get this zither back. It will definitely become a magic weapon that you carry around with you. Your skills will also be greatly improved. You can't return empty-handed from a treasure mountain." "Alright, I got it," Ning Xuema interrupted. Chapter 247. She was still cautious. She first circled around the crystal coffin to see if there were any inscriptions or something like that. She wanted to know who was inside the coffin. But after circling around twice, she didn't find anything. She stood in front of the crystal coffin for a while and closed her eyes. All the cells in her body were activated to detect the aura around her. The aura around her was very warm and pure. She couldn't sense any danger. Kiran also said, "There's no danger here. There's no evil aura at all. We Kirans are the most sensitive to evil aura. We can sense it even if it's just a little bit." Ning Xuema tapped the coffin lid with her finger, making a crisp sound. "Little apple, do you think the person inside is a dumpling?" "Dumpling?" Kiran didn't understand. "It's a zombie. Red-eyed, green-eyed, the kind that can strangle all living things to death." Ning Xuema told him the zombie movies and TV shows she had seen before. "No. Zombies have corpse aura. I can smell it." Kiran's answer was resolute and decisive. Obviously, it knew about zombies. Ning Xuema was finally relieved. She had just circled around the coffin. There weren't any legendary treasures around the coffin that could deal with zombies. For example, ink bucket golden thread, glutinous rice, cross, etc. This meant that the person inside the crystal coffin wasn't sealed as a zombie. The reason why it didn't rot was probably because the crystal coffin was sealed well and the anti-corrosion measures were in place. She could tell just by looking at the zither inside. The zither was so bright, and even the paint on it was flawless. It could be seen that the anti-corrosion technology was high-end. She was an expert in opening mechanisms, but she circled around the crystal coffin 7 or 8 times and still couldn't find a crack to open it. The coffin lid and the coffin body seemed to be one. They were completely fused together. There wasn't a single crack to be found. Kiran was impatient. "Master, why don't I bite it open?" Although it couldn't use its telekinesis in here, Kiran's body was very strong. Especially its teeth, which were as hard as diamonds. Not to mention crystal, it could even bite a hole in steel. Perhaps because it was a mythical beast, it had been locked underground for more than 1,000 years. Its teeth were still as white as jade, and it didn't have the usual yellowish teeth of a wild beast. Ning Xuema patted its teeth and signaled it to shut up. This was a cultural relic. Although she couldn't take the crystal coffin away even if it was well preserved, she couldn't bear to destroy such an exquisite cultural relic. Therefore, she rejected Kiran's simple and crude method. Instead, she wandered around and adjusted the angle of the surrounding candles from time to time, allowing their light to reflect on the surface. But no matter which angle it was, the light refracted by the crystal coffin was the same, and there was no flaw in it. Kiran squatted beside her and watched her work. It was a little bored and looked at the thin chains on the crystal coffin. It was not allowed to gnaw on the crystal coffin, but it should be fine for it to gnaw on the thin chains, right? It wanted to grind its teeth. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it walked forward. First, it used its claws to pull at the thin chains. The thin chains collided with each other and made a tinkling sound, like a string of wind chimes ringing in the wind. The sound was so nice. Kiran pulled at the chains one by one, and each chain made a different sound. Some were like the gurgling of a stream, some were like the blowing of the wind, and some were like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was addicted to pulling at the chains. Ning Xuema listened for a moment and suddenly had an idea. She looked at the chains. Chapter 248. There were a total of 5 chains, and the zither strings in the crystal coffin also had 5 strings. The sound of each chain was like a musical note. Could it be that these chains could also play some kind of music? She let the little Qilin stand to one side first while she tried to fiddle with these crystal chains. She originally knew how to play the guqin, and at this moment, the sound of these fine chains was so heavenly. Unconsciously, she used these fine chains to play an ancient tune called Homecoming Song. The music sounded in the hall. She felt something in her heart, and when she played, she couldn't help but think of her hometown, the friends, and the family she would never see again. This song was originally somewhat sorrowful, and when she played it in such a state of mind, it became even more sorrowful. Each note seemed to be alive as it wandered around the hall, circling around. The surrounding candlelight swayed with the notes, as if they were dancing to the music. When the song ended, Ning Xuema heard a sobbing sound. She looked up and saw that Kiran's big eyes were tearing up, and it was crying like a tearful Qilin. The corner of her mouth twitched. Kiran was too emotional. She raised her hand and rubbed its head. "Why are you crying?" Little Qilin said, "I miss my father and mother." Ning Xuema was speechless. "You haven't seen them? You still miss them?" "I miss them because I haven't seen them. They must be the people who loved Little Apple the most in the world. It's a pity that they died early." "Master, where are your parents?" Ning Xuema sighed. She was an abandoned child in her previous life. It was said that she was abandoned by the roadside when she was born and was picked up by her adoptive parents. Her adoptive parents were very good to her, and they loved her as if she was their biological daughter. She was also very hardworking, and her IQ was ridiculously high. When she was in school, she skipped grades and went to university at the age of 12. She was chosen by the National Bureau of Intelligence, and they wanted to recruit her to become an agent. But at that time, she was not interested in being an agent. The National Bureau of Intelligence tried to recruit her several times, but she rejected them all. If it wasn't for that accident, she might not have been able to become an agent in this life. And that accident also caused her to lose her only family in the world. While she was studying abroad, her parents were assassinated at home. Her world collapsed in an instant. Later, she found out that her parents were also secret agents who had been assassinated by assassins sent by country. In order to avenge her parents, she finally agreed to join the National Bureau and began to undergo a series of special agent training. After 5 years of hard work, she finally grew up and gradually became the leader of her group. Of course, she also finally found the killer who killed her parents and avenged her parents. Once you stepped into the secret service industry, it was a lifelong commitment. It was impossible to quit halfway. She also had friends, comrades, and subordinates in the Secret Service team. Her relationship with them was like family. It was a pity that he couldn't see them anymore. Speaking of which, it was strange. In those transmigration novels, most of the protagonists had transmigrated by accident, but she had transmigrated in her sleep. When she woke up, she had arrived in another world and could not return. In her previous life, her parents had passed away when she was 12 years old. In this life, her parents had passed away when she was 8 years old. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she was a tragic child. She was destined not to grow up under the care of her parents. Her life experience was somewhat similar to Kiran's, but she was much luckier than Kiran. At least she had tasted the love of a father and a mother. Chapter 249. She had a similar background as Kiran, but she was much luckier than Kiran. At least, she had experienced the love of her parents and remembered how they looked like. Kiran, on the other hand, was much more pitiful. It didn't even know how its parents looked like. She patted Kiran's horn again. My parents passed away a long time ago. We're both in the same boat. Kiran immediately rubbed its horn against her body. Then we'll depend on each other in the future. It suddenly had an epiphany and looked at her with its big eyes. Master, why don't you be my mother? Ning Xuema was speechless. She was shocked. Little apple, I'm only 13 years old this year. How about you? You're more than 2,000 years old. Although you look young, you can't just call me your mother. I feel scared when you call me sister. Kiran lowered its head. I know, but I always feel that you look like my mother. I want to be close to you. Ning Xuema waved her hand. Little apple, you're wrong. I'm a pure human. I don't have any Kiran blood. I won't look like your mother no matter what. Even in my previous life, my soul doesn't belong to this era. Even if there was a previous life, it would be in our era. I won't be reincarnated as a Kiran in this world. My mother isn't a Kiran. My father is. Kiran argued. Then what is your mother? Kiran is a hybrid? I don't know. Kiran shook its head sadly. I don't know. My people are very secretive about my mother. They only say that she's an evil woman. But I believe that my mother is a good person. She's definitely not a bad person. In the eyes of a child, parents were naturally the best people. They couldn't tolerate others saying anything bad about them. So Kiran was the same. It would fight with anyone who said anything bad about its mother. It didn't have any playmates in the entire Kiran tribe. In the end, it was chased out. Ning Xuema understood its feelings very well, so she stroked its horn to comfort it. She looked at the crystal chains again and nodded with a sigh. The person who made this crystal coffin was also an elegant person. I didn't expect that these chains could play music. There are cracks on the coffin lid. She carefully observed the crack. The shape of the crack was like a tree with twigs and leaves. Could it be that the mechanism was on this tree? Ning Xuema lowered her head to study the tree again. All her attention was on the coffin lid. She didn't notice that the eyelashes of the red-clothed man who had been lying quietly in the coffin fluttered slightly, like the fluttering wings of a butterfly. Ning Xuema's fingers were caressing the tree, while the red-clothed man's palm was also pressing against the tree. Separated by the nearly transparent coffin lid, the two people's palms overlapped from time to time. Ning Xuema naturally noticed the pair of hands as well. The fingers on the pair of hands were slender and perfectly curved. Under the contrast of the crystal, they were as sparkling and translucent as mutton-fat jade. It was a pair of beautiful hands. In her era, these hands could be used as a hand model. Oh, this person was also very good-looking. He was a standard little fresh meat with picturesque features. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. If Ning Xuema didn't see his Adam's apple and his tall and straight figure, she would probably think that he was a beauty too. This person must have been a demon who brought disaster to the country when he was alive, right? With such a beautiful appearance, who knew how many young girls' hearts were tied to the corner of his robe? TSK, it's a pity to die here at such a young age. Chapter 250. She looked at the Guqin again, and a thought suddenly came to her mind. She blurted out, could this person be the legendary demon ancestor? Kiran's body trembled. No, it can't be, right? How could the demon ancestor be buried in such a desolate place? This tomb was too simple and crude. Ning Xuema tried her best to search for information about the demon ancestor in her mind, but the information she saw was pitifully little. This demon ancestor was said to be quite mysterious, and no one knew whether it was a man or a woman. The records about him or her were only a few words, and his or her face was very vague. She only heard that he or she liked luxury, and the place where he or she lived was beautifully decorated. If he or she died, the tomb would definitely be filled with jewelry, and it would not be as simple as it was now. If he or she was buried by an enemy in a hurry, there would definitely not be such a precious guqin placed beside him or her. Moreover, this crystal coffin was also a priceless item, and the carvings on it were so lifelike. It was not something that could be done overnight. Looking at his gentle and serene face, it did not look like he or she was sealed, but was solemnly buried. If that was the case, the person in the coffin should not be the demon ancestor. She studied the pattern that had just cracked for a long time. She tried several methods, but they were all in vain. Little Qilin was a little impatient. They had already stayed here for no less than 6 hours. It really wanted to go out and breathe some fresh air. Speaking of which, it had not had enough fun yet. It was bored, so it began to wander around the hall, trying to find a hole to go out. But after wandering around for a long time, it could not find any exit. It looked at the thin chains again. Could there be some kind of exit mechanism at the top of the thin chains? With a press of its foot, it leaped into the air and flew towards the top of the dark hall. The top of the hall was very high. Fortunately, Kiran's jumping skill was very high, so it reached the top in a few seconds. The top was a smooth arc, but the chains went through the arc and reached outside. It did not know where they led to. There was no place to stand on the ceiling, so Kiran grabbed the crystal chain with all 4 of its claws. The crystal chain shook and made a series of clanking noises. This chaotic ringing without any rhythm was definitely unpleasant to the ears. The little Qilin was afraid that Ning Xuema would find it noisy, so it hurriedly bit the crystal chain that made the loudest noise. Bang! With a loud sound, its indestructible teeth bit the crystal chain. It thought that it could break the crystal chain, but it didn't expect that the crystal chain didn't break. Instead, one of its small fangs sank into the crystal chain. It tried to pull out the tooth, but it didn't expect that the tooth would hurt as if it was cut by a knife. It was so painful that it let out a low cry, and then it found a very strange situation. A line of blood flowed down from the crystal chain that was bitten by it. Oh no! Its teeth were bleeding. No, this strange crystal chain was sucking its blood. Little Apple was a water Qilin. Just like other Qilins, although it had a lot of water in its body, it didn't have much blood. Qilin blood was very precious. 1 drop could bring a dead person back to life. Therefore, although Kiran often cried, its tears were not valuable, but it was never willing to bleed. At this moment, it saw the line of blood in the crystal chain meandering down like a snake. It was frightened and couldn't help but shout, "Master! Master!" Ning Xuema was studying the mechanism tree on the crystal coffin, so she didn't notice what the naughty Kiran was doing. Chapter 251. It jumped up and shook the crystal chain. Lin Sanjiu thought it was just being naughty and ignored it. Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu heard Kiran's cry. She looked up and was shocked to see blood flowing down the crystal chain. Lin Sanjiu jumped up and climbed up the crystal chain in the blink of an eye. Seeing Kiran's appearance, Lin Sanjiu was both angry and amused. "Why did you bite it?" "Master, quickly break this damn chain. It's sucking my blood." Kiran's 4 claws were shaking. "Who told you to bite it?" Ning Xuema patted its head. Kiran was too naughty. She should teach it a lesson first. Needless to say, its teeth were broken when it bit the crystal chain. Lin Sanjiu didn't expect the crystal chain to be hollow. If blood flowed down, it would definitely flow down. Lin Sanjiu was not surprised. "Master, it's really sucking my blood. My own blood won't flow out so fast. I can feel it sucking. Boo-hoo, I'm going to die." Kiran cried again. One of its teeth was stuck, so it couldn't speak properly. In fact, Ning Xuema had already taken out the dagger. Although the crystal chain was also a cultural relic, it was related to Kiran's safety. She couldn't care less about it. Lin Sanjiu used all her strength to cut the crystal chain with the dagger. Clang! Ning Xuema's dagger, which contained all her strength, didn't cut the crystal chain. Instead, it bounced back and numbed her entire arm. Crystals were not particularly hard. They would break into several pieces when dropped to the ground, and would shatter upon impact. Ning Xuema's slash could even cut through steel in an instant, yet she didn't expect that it would be useless against this thin crystal chain. The little Qilin was shaken, causing it to cry out in pain. The blood flowed even faster. Ning Xuema could only stare blankly as the blood reached the crystal coffin. It seeped into the cracks on the lid and faintly seeped into the palms of the person inside the coffin. This coffin was strange. Or rather, the person in the coffin was strange. Could there be a sealed vampire inside? Help. Master. I'm going to die. Kiran's body trembled even more, and he could barely hold on to the chains with his limbs. If it continued to bleed like this, it would bleed to death within a quarter of an hour. Ning Xuema made a prompt decision. Little apple, bear with it. She stabbed the knife into Kiran's gums and pried it open. Amidst Kiran's screams, the troublesome tooth was pulled out by her. The moment the tooth left Kiran's mouth, Kiran's bleeding finally stopped. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. My tooth. Kiran's heart ached as she looked at her tooth embedded in the crystal chain. If you lose your teeth, they'll grow back. If they don't grow back, I'll get you a fake tooth when I get back. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Ning Xuema patted Kiran's head and jumped down. Kiran didn't dare to delay and jumped down as well. The moment they landed, they heard a cracking sound from the crystal coffin. The tree pattern on the coffin was completely dyed red by Kiran's blood, and the side of the coffin lid suddenly split open. Then, the lid of the coffin slid to the side as if it was pushed by an invisible hand. The red-clothed, black-haired man in the coffin slowly sat up. Did he come back to life? The scales on Kiran's body almost stood up. Ning Xuema also held the dagger in her hand tightly and was ready to fight. She began to consider if she should pounce on him and stab him. Chapter 252. The man in red slowly opened his eyes. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. This man's eyeballs were actually a deep jade color, like a jade wave, rippling with light. Finally, you're out. The man stretched his arms, then closed his eyes slightly, as if he was sensing something, and sighed softly. The air outside is so fresh. His voice was like a breeze, like a flowing spring, like a flower gently floating on the water, like the gentle call of a lark in the valley, indescribably gentle and appropriate. We saved you. Kiran opened her mouth to take credit. The man's voice was too gentle and magnetic, making people feel that he was easy to talk to. Oh, really? That's great. The man's eyes finally fell on the woman and the beast. He slowly got up from the coffin, slowly stepped out, his movements graceful like a poem. His red clothes were like the rays of the sun on the horizon. There was no wind in the hall, but his red clothes fluttered with his movements. You will repay us, right? Kiran asked again. Such a man was as warm as the spring breeze in March, making people feel no hostility towards him. Therefore, Kiran's conditions were very smooth. Of course. The man in red smiled like a blooming flower, slowly blooming in the spring breeze. I can let you choose how you want to die. Kiran, its eyes widened. Are you kidding me? We're the ones who saved you. You want to kill us? The man in red's eyes were like spring water as he stared at Kiran. It's because you saved me that I let you make your own choice. You can choose a less painful way to die. Otherwise, why would I talk so much nonsense with you? Kiran, it was going crazy with anger. You repay kindness with ingratitude. You pervert. You want to kill your savior. The man in red stretched out his 10 fingers like spring onions, as if he wanted to pat Kiran's head. Little thing, a savior is meant to be killed. Don't tell me you want her to use this to threaten you? Kiran did not dare to let him hit her. Kiran jumped 3 feet to the side, trying to avoid the man's palm. However, the man did not move, but his arm grew 3 feet out of thin air and hit Kiran's head. Kiran shuddered. Her hand, which looked so tender and soft, was actually as cold as ice. Fortunately, the man only patted Kiran lightly. Apart from the cold, he did not cause any other harm to Kiran. However, what he said at the end made Kiran's worldview crumble. It arched its body and assumed an attacking posture. I won't let you kill us. It's not certain who will kill who. It bared its fangs threateningly, and all the scales on its body stood up. Oh, looks like you've chosen to fight to the death. Good, you have some backbone. The red-robed man smiled, and his 10 fingers slowly curled. Are you the demon ancestor? Ning Xuema finally spoke. Her voice was indifferent and cold, as if she was not surprised that he would repay kindness with ingratitude. The red-robed man's gaze finally fell on Ning Xuema, and he sized her up. Your dying wish is to know who I am? Ning Xuema smiled slightly. I think you don't know who you are either. Her gaze swept across the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was still intact, but one side of the coffin lid had been lifted. It looked a little like a damaged piece of art. Chapter 253. A dark light flashed across the man's eyes. Why do you think so? His eyes became even more focused, like sparkling waves that could drown a person in them. Ning Xuema smiled lazily. Then can you tell me who you are? I am. The man in red choked slightly, then smiled. I was almost tricked by a little girl like you. Why should I tell you who I am? His eyes turned again. However, if this is your dying request, I can tell you. Ning Xuema shook her head. I have no interest in who you are. That's a pity. The man shook his head. Then I'll have to let you choose how you want to die. Although we saved you, we don't need you to repay us. We can mind our own business and pretend that we don't know each other. How about that? Ning Xuema stated her request. This man was obviously not an ordinary person. Although he had a smile on his face, the powerful aura that he exuded was extremely shocking. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a ruthless character who could kill millions of soldiers with a smile. It was obviously not wise to go against such a person, so Ning Xuema began to retreat in order to advance. No. The man shook his head. Then you'll break my vow. What vow? Ning Xuema began to have a bad feeling. The man in red slowly walked in front of the crystal coffin, and his slender fingers gently touched the lid of the coffin. All right, in order to let you know when you die, I'll tell you. I've been trapped in this crystal coffin for at least 2,000 years. When I found out that I was trapped in here, I made a promise in my heart that if anyone saved me in the next 1,000 years, I would give them countless treasures and make them the richest person in the world. However, no one came to save me. Ning Xuema, the man in red sighed again. 1,000 years passed, so I made another promise. If anyone could save me in the next 1,000 years, not only would I give them countless treasures, I would also give them the most respected position. I would treat them as my master and listen to their orders. Unfortunately, no one came to save me. However, after another 1,000 years, you became angry and swore that if anyone saved you, you would kill that person. You only let him choose how to die. Ning Xuema continued on his behalf. A hint of surprise flashed through the red-clothed man's eyes. Not bad. Little girl, you're really smart. You actually guessed it. Ning Xuema secretly rolled her eyes. What was so hard to guess? This guy was obviously copying the legend of the magic bottle from a foreign fairy tale. When he was a child, he had only seen the fairy tale as a joke. He had never thought that he would actually meet one after coming to this world. Was it true that fairy tales came from real life? Since you've already guessed it, it saves me a lot of effort. Now, you can choose how you want to die. You should know that I will never go back on my oath. The red-clothed man lazily leaned against the crystal coffin and looked at Ning Xuema as if he was looking at a dead person. Ning Xuema was also looking at the crystal coffin. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. How good would it be if this guy was also trapped in a bottle? Then, she would have a chance to trick him into entering the bottle again and seal this scourge forever. Now that he was in a crystal coffin, even if she tricked him into entering the coffin again, she wouldn't be able to seal him again. What should she do? What should she do? She quickly thought of all kinds of ways to escape, but she couldn't think of a perfect plan. Chapter 254. Kiran was furious. This is the first time I've heard of someone making such an oath. However, it won't be easy for you to kill us. We still don't know who will die in whose hands. It charged towards the red-clothed man. Ning Xuema's heart was startled. The red-clothed man kept talking nonsense without any intention of attacking because he was trying to figure out their real strength. Kiran's move had exposed his true strength. They were in trouble. In the time it took for her to think, the red-clothed man didn't dodge the little Chilan's attack. Instead, he lifted his sleeve slightly, and a pale golden light shot out from his palm. It went straight for the little Chilan's head. The moment it got close to the little Chilan, the pale golden light transformed into a sharp sword. Why couldn't she and Kiran use their telekinesis, but this man could? It was not fair. Ning Xuema shouted, "Dodge to the right." At the same time, the dagger in her hand flew out like a bolt of lightning, directly colliding with the pale golden phantom sword. Chi! With a soft sound, Ning Xuema's indestructible dagger turned into powder and scattered all over the ground. Her dagger. Ning Xuema furrowed her thin brows in pain. Fortunately, Kiran blocked the faint golden sword because of her move. It was able to dodge in time and its head was not cut open. Ning Xuema's dagger wasn't able to completely block the light golden sword's attack. After the light shattered Ning Xuema's dagger, it didn't lose any momentum and continued to strike the stone wall where the little Chilan was standing. Boom! With a loud sound, half of the stone wall collapsed and countless rocks rolled down. The sound was shocking. The little Chilan shuddered. If it was not for Ning Xuema's reminder, the sword would have hit its head. It was afraid that the man did not need to make another move. It would have been cut in half and died here. This man just casually made a move, but it was so powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant and asked them to choose how to die. Could he really be the legendary demon ancestor? Kiran took 2 steps back, not daring to attack blindly. It tried to activate the psychokinesis in its body. Damn it! He still couldn't use any of it. It seemed that it and its master were doomed today. If it had known earlier, it wouldn't have urged its master to get that Guqin. Kiran was filled with regret. Little girl, you're quite capable. You were actually able to block my attack. The man looked at Ning Xuema and smiled elegantly. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. Since you can't bear to, then just don't kill him. Ning Xuema also smiled. In fact, she was not sure, but on the surface, she remained calm and did not show any signs of fear or nervousness. That won't do. I've always been a man of my word. The red-robed man shook his head. His tone was gentle, as if he was also helpless. So you're saying that you must make a move against us today? Ning Xuema simply sat down on a large rock and looked at him with a smile. His attitude was even more relaxed and calm, as if he had a card up his sleeve. I'm afraid so. The red-robed man sighed. His eyes turned slightly, looking at her and then at Kiran. I swore to kill the person who saved me. If it's one of you, then I can only kill one of you. Ning Xuema and Kiran's hearts skipped a beat. The man smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Tell me, who saved me? Chapter 255. Kiran was stunned. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something, but Ning Xuema gently patted its head, signaling it to shut up. The little Chilan was actually obedient. Sure enough, it shut its mouth and stared at Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema looked at the red-clothed man. Your Excellency's thoughts are quite sinister. Do you want us to kill each other? Sigh, to think that a little girl like you would see through it. The red-clothed man smiled gently, but I am a man of my word. I can only kill one of you. But the condition is that you have to kill the person who saved me. I can give the one who has left behind countless treasures so that he or she can live a peaceful and comfortable life. This red-clothed man was very vicious. However, this tactic of sowing discord was used so openly that no one could find a reason to refute it even if they wanted to. The little Chilan glanced at Ning Xuema and inwardly took a deep breath. Suddenly, it stuck out its chest and took 2 steps forward. It was me who saved you. It has nothing to do with my master. Master, come and kill me. Ning Shuama was stunned. She didn't expect Kiran, who was always afraid of death and loved to cry, to have such courage. The red-clothed man looked up and smiled. What a loyal Kiran. You really made me look at you in a new light. Tell me, how did you save me? Kiran proudly said, it was my blood that seeped into your broken crystal chain. Then, my blood opened the mechanism on the coffin lid. That's why you were able to jump out. Oh, the Kiran's blood is indeed one of the conditions to open my seal. The red-clothed man nodded, but, as far as I know, there is another condition to open the seal. That is, you need to use the heaven-locking chain to play a beautiful song. Then, the Kiran's blood will appear on the coffin lid. Was it you who used the chain to play the song? Kiran was stunned. It turned out that it was so troublesome to open the seal. And they had bumped into the right person. It also threw caution to the wind. Yes, it was me who used this broken chain to play the song. I didn't know it had this function. It was the one who messed with the chain to make the song, so it didn't think it was lying. The red-clothed man shook his head and looked at Ning Shuama. Little girl, what do you think? Ning Shuama smiled and asked, do you believe what it said? Of course not. The red-clothed man shook his head. And slowly looked at Kiran's claws. Its claws can't play music. Ning Shuama didn't say anything when the little Qilin jumped up. Nonsense. Who said I can't play it? Do you want me to play one song for you? It leaped up and scurried to the coffin lid, using its small claws to fiddle with the chains. Strangely enough, when the crystal coffin was sealed, each of these chains made a different sound. Now, however, there was a series of clanging sounds. It was purely the sound of crystals hitting each other. The red-clothed man shook his head. Little fool, once the seal is opened, the heaven-locking chain won't make any music. He seemed to have compromised. All right, all right. I believe that you were the one who pulled out the song with your little paws. Since you want to die, I can't help it. Then, he looked at Ning Shuama. Little girl, you can kill it now. Ning Shuama slowly got up and looked at the red-clothed man. She opened her hands and sighed, okay, as you wish. But my weapon was destroyed by you. I am empty-handed now. How can I kill it? Chapter 256. The little Qilin didn't expect Ning Shuama to agree so straightforwardly and was stunned for a moment. The man in red shook his head and said, Kiran, you are too naive. Humans have always been so cunning. They can sacrifice anyone for themselves, not to mention that you are only her pet. It is natural for her to sacrifice you. Do you feel like a fool now? Kiran closed its mouth and did not speak again. The man in red glanced at it again and said, however, if you want to go back on your words, I will give you another chance. As long as you say that she saved me, I will let you go. You don't have to worry about the 10-year contract. As long as you agree to kill her, I will naturally break the contract for you. So, even if she dies, you will not die. This man was obviously good at grasping people's weaknesses. He was very good at using psychological tactics. With just a few words, he could make the other party suspicious of each other and be on guard. If Kiran's mind was slightly weaker, it would be instigated to turn against Ning Shuama. This was the man in red's goal. He liked to see partners who had been through life and death together become enemies. When the man in red was talking to Kiran, Ning Shuama did not say anything. She only listened with a smile. Kiran looked at Ning Shuama, who was smiling at it. Ning Shuama's warm smile comforted it for no reason. It reminded it of its mother for no reason. It made up its mind and raised its head again. It shouted at the man in red, you don't have to talk nonsense. It was done by young master. It was done by young master. Although I regret saving you now, I will take responsibility for what I did. I will not implicate master. Stupid. The man in red spat out 2 words. A pale golden light flashed in his palm and a long sword instantly formed. You can use this sword to kill it. He raised his hand and the sword fell into Ning Shuama's palm. The sword was unexpectedly heavy. Ning Xuema staggered and almost fell under the weight of the sword. She hurriedly used the tip of her sword to prop herself up. A trace of disdain flashed through the red-clothed man's eyes. It seemed that this human girl didn't have much ability. She was suppressed to this extent by a single sword. His sword weighed at least 50 kilograms. Ning Xuema had to lift it twice before she could barely lift it. She flicked the blade of the sword with her finger. The sword buzzed, and the air in the hall seemed to vibrate. Good sword. Ning Xuema praised. She raised her head and asked the man, "If I kill it, will you really let me go?" "Of course." The man smiled, but there was a hint of mockery in his smile. "Although you humans like to go back on your words, we won't." "Then are you a devil or a demon?" Ning Xuema raised her head and asked. "That's none of your business." The red-robed man's face darkened. "If you want to make a move, then make it quick. I hate dawdling people the most." Ning Xuema sighed and looked at Kirin. "Little Apple, I'm sorry. I have to kill you today. However, on account of your loyalty to me, I can let you die in a place closer to your favorite zither." She approached Kirin step by step. Kirin subconsciously stepped back toward the crystal coffin. The red-clothed man crossed his arms and leaned against the crystal coffin. A trace of passion flashed through his eyes. His favorite scene of killing each other was about to happen. "Little Apple, watch out for my sword," Ning Xuema shouted. She raised her sword and stabbed it toward Kirin's chest.